Greetings all and welcome to another Wu-Sabat Outformation class UK. Today's class is Natural Ether Energy, the final part, so I wasn't able to finish it on our last session, and then it will be a open question and answer class for the final class for the year. Ideally prefer questions on the topics that we have been presenting to you thus far for the year, so that you can get a full and proper understanding into an overstanding of those topics. But obviously if it's onto something else, then it's not a problem for today's session. Sorry, 1 second, there's some background noise. Yeah, let's get started. Okay, so what we'll do first, just check in, because we did have some problems the last time with our sound, so we just want to make sure that you can hear me clearly over the music. So I'm going to launch this poll for those of you on the Zoom platform. Obviously, if you're on the Facebook chat and you're not in the Zoom platform itself, then please put those feedback in the comments. We are having that monitored to date, so the facilitators will be able to just pick that up. So I'm launching this poll now. Can you hear me clearly over the background music? I'll give you 30 seconds to answer that question. Okay, so it seems there's no issues with the sound. If there are, then please put any comments in the chat facility, and the current facilitators on the call will pick that up and do their best to assist. Okay, so just want to check as well that you can see the visuals, so just launching our second poll. So can you see those visuals on the screen? So, okay. Just going to move it forward and back. So those transitions between the slides should be fairly smooth. So just check and answering either the affirmative or the negative, whether the visuals are okay. Okay, seems there's no issues on that side. So thank you for your assistance on that. Okay, let's move forward. Let's go back a bit. Okay. So what we're going to do in the first instance is just open up the class with a affirmation from the Sabaean culture. And this is called Paa Pau'ut. The affirmation actually has been quite an interesting part in terms of gaining understanding for this class that we're doing today, so we may come back and revisit this. But to start off the class properly, lock in respect, etc., existence from our ancestors, and to start on positive thinking, we're going to do the Paa Pau'ut, the affirmation. Abdoe kale namazurat Wu fakur ameh kasam Paa Pau'ut anuki jawef pa ashuk Paa Pau'ut Wu kale ashuk kawun jawef neya anuki kasam Paa Pau'ut Wu Paa Pau'ut kawun kasam neya anuki wahu ameh Paa Pau'ut Wu Paa Pau'ut kawun wahu ameh neya nakuk kadur najo ameh kasam Paa Pau'ut Wu habub ameh mushakhas Nakuk Kadur Kawan Kale Pafef Nakuk Dayur Jawef Paa Pau'ut Ameh Wase Ameh Dayarni Kawun Lakei Bakoy Jawef Paa Pau'ut Anuki Abed Bin Afashni Paa Pau'ut Kawun Anuki Paa Pau'ut Kadur Nakuk Kadur Paa Pau'ut Amul Nakuk Amul. Right, so that is known as Paa Pau'ut, the affirmation. And we started off by saying begin all prayers and thinking as a part of the all. Excuse me. Which is a feature of all of our prayers or intentions as it's being expressed there, to invoke or make that connection with our higher etheric ancestors, which we'll get into a little bit later in the class. And we said, I am in the divine love of the all expanding, and all divine love is in me. I am a part of the all expanding, and the all expanding is a part of me. I am one as the all expanding, and the all expanding is one as me. I can succeed as a part of the all expanding and fail as an individual person. I can be all that I want in the all expanding, as long as my want is to stay in the all expanding. I am never by myself. The all expanding is, I am. The all expanding can, I can. The all expanding does, I do. So when we talk about all expanding, we are talking about existence for understanding for those on the phone or maybe joining us for the first time, but we'll get into that maybe a bit more in the class, or you can ask further questions on it as we go through. So you're joining us on the Zoom platform. We'll do a quick introduction for those who may not have joined us for the first time on how to use the platform. So this, for most devices, will be the panel. So the panel for you as attendees. If you've got any issues or you wish to adjust your sound, then to the left is your audio settings. We have then three options here, which is the chat, raise your hand, and Q&A. So let's deal with the chat first. So if you've got any messages, feedback, which are generally not questions, then please, you can use the chat facility to communicate that, and then select panelists and all participants so it appears for everybody. So it could be a technical problem, could be just a query of some type or whatever. For in the chat, use it for that function. Now, there's two ways, obviously, to ask questions to myself. As I say, my name is Nabab Kakni. I'm one of the student teachers of the master teacher, Dr. Malachi Z York, and you're obviously on a Wu-Sabat Outformation class today. And as I say, that even though we do topic classes or whatever, it is a question and answer class. If you don't understand something, then clearly there are two ways to ask questions. So you can raise your hand, and if you raise your hand, basically what happens is that the facilitator will see your hand raised, and I will periodically ask, are there any questions? And then if you want to, you can come live and ask your question live to me verbally, and I'll do my best to answer your questions. You'll receive a message on your screen asking you to unmute yourself, and so you'll need to do that in order to speak. If you've dialed in, then similar thing, to unmute yourself, you need to press *6 to mute and unmute yourself, and then *9 to actually raise your hand. Okay, so those are the two options there. Once you're given the ability to unmute and mute yourself because you've asked a question, you do have that facility to do that at will. So we ask you to stay muted so that any background noise in the environment where you're at does not interrupt the class and obviously other people's enjoyment of the class. Obviously, if you want to have a follow-up question or whatever at the time, then by all means ask that. If not, obviously just put your hand, so lower your hand after it's you've raised it, and obviously get another question, you just simply follow the process again. And the other way, if you don't want to come live to ask a question, is to simply put the written question in the question answer area, and again one of the facilitators will then ask the question for you on your behalf. And again, if you have a follow-up to that question, then by all means put that in the chat, and we'll do our best, as I say, to answer your question today. Right, periodically we may have recap quizzes. I think we don't have a recap quiz today, but we do have something that may require your attention. So, as I say, we've used the poll earlier, so you should be familiar with that, and we do use them in the classes periodically, just to check that people are paying attention. It is a class, hopefully it is entertaining and educational at the same time. But it is a class, so encourage people to take notes, whatever device you choose to do that in. Generally, put up a pen, paper, so on and so forth, pads, whatever the case may be, to take information down, go away, research it, put it to the test. There's something that you know, it's not something that you believe, what I'm saying. And the famous saying of the master teacher is, don't believe me, check it out. It doesn't just apply to him, it applies to everybody that you're learning information from. Understood? So this is what we should be doing. And say poll questions is just one of the ways we may recap to make it a bit more interactive. Luckily you don't have any quizzes today, but there are some questions, so pay attention. Right, okay, so let's get into the class today. Just bear with me. So if you join us for the first time, or maybe unfamiliar with who we are the United Sabians worldwide. The founder of our organisation is a man by the name of Dr Malachi Z York Okran, born in Takoradi, Ghana in 1945, specifically June 26, and was born to a sacred feminine by the name of Fatima, or Mary Abba Okran York, born March 10th. And as I say, we are in the day and times we're moving into, particularly with the procession change 2012, which was starting to bring us back to a matriarchal society, which we always were. We were not patriarchal. Ideology, I suppose, came in with a group of extraterrestrials known as the Anunnaki, which the Bible refers to them as Anakim, and various other different names people have recorded in different cultures. But we have gone back to our Kadem Muhammad, our ancient Egyptian roots, which was a matriarchal society. And so it's very important that when we're thinking about teachers or leaders, as I say, that we look in or pay respects to who their parents are, because without their parents they wouldn't be here. And specifically the lineage or lineage is through the sacred feminine line. Understood? And so you have to have a daughter to carry on your lineage. So it's important that we acknowledge the sacred feminine. In this case, Mary Abba Okran York. And this is her wearing the crown of the clan mother. So a position within the tribe, giving guidance and leadership. And so she's now on the other side as one of our ancestors, or they say in the Semitic language, Muslafu, Muslaf, Muslafu plural. And I say for one to contact for assistance and guidance to help us, obviously, in our, as you would call, ascension journey, helping us to fulfill our potential to a state of perfection. Yeah, so Mary Abba Okran York, as I say, mother of Dr Malachi Z York Okran. Now, his father Al-Hadi Abdul Rahman Al-Mahdi, born 1922. Unfortunately, was assassinated in 1970. Is his father, and he comes from, as I say, him himself was a great individual, and also comes from a great royal family out of Sudan. His great-grandfather was Sayyid Mustafa Muhammad Al-Mahdi of the Sudan. As you can see, they're born 1845 to 1885. And as I say, was a master spiritualist. As I say, quiet as kept. He himself was a Kadem Mohmatu, or ancient Egyptian, and ancient Egyptian. And as I say, coming out of the Dongolawi tribe, and say was hired by the Sudanese to drive the British and the Turks out of Africa. Understood. So again, wrote a book referred to as the Ratib, and spoke about the coming, or 100 years after the guide, or which is what the word Al-Mahdi means. The guide is supposed to be the reformer. So exactly 100 years afterwards. And excuse me, as you can see, born 100 years after Al-Mahdi, out of the same bloodline is Sayyid Isa Al-Hadi Al-Mahdi, which is Dr Malachi Z, as he was known as in the Islamic degree. Understood. So all part of a bigger plan. One may call this is already a divine plan, one might say, but when you say divine, you see the word planet, you see plan ET, or in dyslexia you say extraterrestrial plan. So this is part of a bigger or orchestrated plan, as I say, which is dealing with the transformation of our people from mortals back into deities again. And every 25,000 or so years, as we can see, one land mile for 1 year, because the circumference of the planet rounded up, 24,890 miles in circumference. It expands and contracts, is equal to the what we refer to as the equinox. And in our culture, as ancient Egyptians, ancient Tamarians, or pre-dynastic ancient Egyptians, in our culture we had a position known as the Amun Nabab Raye Achakhtar. Understood? And this vessel is a vessel or vehicle that allows our ancestors to speak through, to convey information necessary for us in the day and time, to retune us, you could say, bring us back in line with natural nature, and put us back on a pathway to fulfilling our potential, as mortals transforming back into deities again. Understood? And so in order to fulfill that particular task, say certain teachers are sent, or masters, incarnated masters are sent or born amongst us, raised amongst us, in order to fulfill that particular purpose in the renewal of our story. Understood? Others, prominent people, you could say, are sent to other races, but this individual was specifically sent to our race, and anybody else who is interested and respects us for who and what we are, as Musbatu or Sabaeans, the sons and daughters of the ancient Egyptians, and sons and daughters of the Natharu. Understood? Now, which means overseers, and is where they get the English word nature from. Now, part of the characteristics of this Amun Nabab Raye Achakhtar, who the Egyptians, interestingly enough, referred to as Tahuti, or Tahuti, some say. Yes, but the proper title or name is Amun Nabab Raye Achakhtar. In houses, or as a vehicle or vessel that allows our ancestors to speak to. The Hindus use the term avatar. In Islam, or the Islamic degree, they say Ilah Mutajasid. Yeah, so in the physical form, as I say, the vessel allows individuals to speak through. And this in-housing, or whole light being, that periodically came through. So in 1945 was a time where this individual, the 19th elder out of the 24, At the renewal of our story, the 19th elder occupies the 25th seat, which is on this planet Earth. So if you imagine, as I say, a wheel, we have broken this down previously, but if you had imagine a wheel or the Dendora star map, yeah, they say 12 constellations in their so-called astrology, yeah, which they say is based on astronomy, but actually is based on legend and myth. It's actually 24 constellations because each one of them has a positive and a negative side. If you look at the inner kingdom of the human being, we have 12 pairs or 12 sets of cranial nerves around the inner kingdom. So that which is above also matches that which is below. So that 19th elder becomes occupies the center point on earth, which is the 25th seat in the renewal of our story. So that first incarnation came many times. 1945, when the Americans dropped the bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and so an intervention was required to stop mankind, as they would be recorded as, from destroying this particular planet, which, as you know, is the entity inside the planet, which the Greeks referred to as Gaia, is so old in relation to human beings that the age is not even worth talking about in terms of recorded by time. So not necessarily a lot of planets out there support life, so it had to be protected. Understood? So it was necessary then for the work to commence and start, and excuse me, in the 60s, a set of comets referred to or picked up by a satellite called Ahura. The satellite was called, the comets were referred to as Bennett and picked up by a satellite called Ahura, which was part of an Etheric fleet sent here, as I say, to transform the fortunes or the fate of certainly us as Nagaru or Negroids on this planet, because we're heading to a point of self-destruction. So El Khadir, the green one, in combination with Imam Misa, were there to really deal with the religious degrees, lift something called the spell, which we may touch on a bit later. So to leave the spell off of our people, the medicine that was necessary to aid our transformation, and they did the first part from 1970, understood, up to 1996, which was the incoming of a book called The Holy Tablets, which was the bridge between religion and reality. And once their work was done, it was then handed over to a secondary combination, which we see today, of Dr. Malachi Z York, as his name is, the physical vessel, in house by being known as Paa Pau'ut Yaanuwn or Yaanuwn. We know Yaanuwn is the extraterrestrial name of the 19th elder, and you see the being there in the stance of a certain type of order that he was part of, and that is the 19th elder out of the 24 by a group of extraterrestrials who, as I say, made the claim that they created who we know as the Ancient Egyptians, and the Ancient Egyptians referred to them as the Paa Natharu, but that was not their name. Their name was the Mozaku. The word Mozaku means providers, yeah, or one who are providers, understood? So all of this has been referenced in our story as opposed to his story, and has long been kept hidden from the Nagaru people, and not just us. Obviously, this is really the history of the world and the planet, obviously being set straight at the end of the cycle, end of the so-called devil's rule, as they say, coming down from 3761 BC, or some round it up to 4000 BC, ending in the year 2000, more particularly when the nines aligned, 9th of September 1999. That was the end of the Mokasu's rule, as recorded in their book called the Bible, where their Lord said he would give them dominion over the planet for a certain period of time. And of that 6,000 years, at least according to their story, has expired. Hence why you see so much change in the world, climatic changes, alignment, so on and so forth, driving change, understood? And we must become part of that change in order, say, to fulfill our potential and transform back to who we are, as opposed to what we have become in this society to date, as a result of the many things that have happened to us thus far. So, as I say, it was part of a plan to clean up the mind first. So, in this time where the Amenhotep Arayachata comes in, it is the vessel being is born or created at this time by the feminine forces of natural nature. This is what 9 Ether is dealing with. So the feminine force of natural nature create a teacher or a leader for us in this day and time, because we asked for that, a solution to the very problems that we were facing in the world today. And I say part of an orchestrated plan to bring about the mental resurrection of a dead people, a people who, because of more in particular over the last 6,000 years, but more acutely because of the interception in our genes from the kidnapping of our people, falsely called the slave trade, but nothing was traded. Falsely called that interception in our genes, forced an enforced change, created a new type of individual referred to as the Negro, understood, who was then imparted with not only having to deal with the trauma of being removed from their natural environment, but forcibly having foreign genes placed in our females, causing them to give birth to a different type of individual, as I say, who had the genes of the Mukasu or Caucasian forcibly placed inside of them, and at the same time were given the Mukasu's culture and vibration in terms of religion in order to raise them and keep us subservient and more compliant. This created the Negro, obviously from the Latin word necra, which means obviously dead, or dead is dealing with death, or it's going to be blackness, but it's dealing with blackness in the context of the necro or necromancy, death or dead, and it relates to the fact symbolically that our mind was dead. We were no longer making impact on the world. So if you're not making impact on, there are many different types of death. If you're no longer making an impact on, be it your local or the global environment, then you can be dead as a people even though you're alive. And so it's not natural nature for us to basically be living, or call living, in the image and after the likeness of somebody else, and call that liberty, life, you understand? When we see that we don't have freedom, we don't have liberty, we don't have justice, and various other things that a modern, free-thinking individual who chooses to live in a collective society for the betterment of each and everybody that they're a part of should be able to enjoy. Our liberty, certainly in the Western Hemisphere, and you could say even in Africa, you're not even really free. It's a life of compromise, particularly here in the Western Hemisphere, particularly because of the cancer of racism. Disease, permeated, particularly unnaturally in the last 6,000 years, with many of the atrocities committed by the Mukasu or the Caucasians, particularly against our people. You understand? It's still happening today. Understood? There is hope for change, and that's why we say no one wins a race in racism, because the younger Mukasu or Caucasians are not necessarily having the same mindset of those of their ancestors. And so we obviously saw that with the death of George Floyd, with different people coming together to seek a better world, a better society, a just society, which obviously is to the benefit of us all. But to the benefit of us all is an alive and functioning group or race of black people or Africans to help to solve the many problems of this world. And certainly us in that defective state required a very special solution, as I say, for the day and time we're in. Somebody asked a question, how does outformation become information? Well, the purpose of that Amun Nabab Rayapta is simply that. So information keeps you in a certain type of formation. Understood? Outformation, so information keeps you in a certain type of formation, but it also pertains to stuff here on the planet Earth. And so about outformation, that is, and pretty much they've worked out most of the things that, or understand. They don't understand everything, but they understand a lot of what takes place here on the planet, the mechanics of it, how it works, so on and so forth. You have another area or state referred to as beneath formation. Yes, which is dealing with what is in the waters and what is in the seas of this planet, which is a majority water planet. 71% of it is water, understood, as opposed to it being called Earth, which is what we stand upon. And then you have outformation, which is coming from outside of the planet. Understood? When it comes here, it becomes information. So they use a word conform, and they say to conform is to be compliant, to go with a thing, yeah, to be subservient to some degree to a certain type of approach, or to go with the rules. But one of the meanings of the word con, when you break that out, as opposed to it being meaning with, is from the Latin word con, as in contra, as the word contradict. So the question is, if I'm conforming or contra-forming, whose form are we going against? Remember, in the reflection and projection class, excuse me, we understood about the power of how imagery is generated internally inside the body and being projected outwards, yeah, internally by the body in the mind of individuals, which is having a direct impact and effect on what they're looking at or how they're looking at things outside of themselves, because the image is being generated by the mind, and so the information contained in the brain, so on and so forth, which constructs that 3D holographic image that we all see, calling it sight. So we are directly affected by what we take in, because it affects the way we see the world around us. So if we've been taking in lies, then what we're going to be seeing in and around outside of us is also going to be lies, myth and legend, which is what we've been taught, particularly by way of religion. So you've got those various different states. So whose form is the original form? Whose form, excuse me, I should say, are they going against? So when you're saying go with, which is to live by their vibration in their society, their religions, they're telling you what they've told you from birth, what's right, what's wrong, when to be sad, when to be happy, how to cry, so on and so forth. They've set all those parameters in their society of multiple choices. So when they say to conform, subliminally, whose form are we? Contraform, to conform, when they say to comply, but the word itself means the opposite. Whose form are we going against? Well, it must be the form of those original people of this planet, where, remember, when the Greeks and the Romans came into ancient Africa under names such as Aristotle, Herodotus, Plato, Hippocrates, so on and so forth, when we invited them in to study under us, when they got what they wanted and then sought through clandestine means to overtake, yeah, they were given 3 degrees, or 2 degrees I should say. They created a third before they left out, and then sought to destroy many of the information sources through Alexander the Great Killer, the information sources, to establish themselves as the authority. Yeah, and so one of those areas which they did, remember, they destroyed the library in Alexandria. You understand, one of the greatest information or outformation into information repositories that the world has ever seen. They destroyed it by way of fire. So their liberty to their freedom, or the Statue of Liberty, as you see in the New York, the Statue of Liberty, not Statue of Liberty, fire, they saw as their liberation, which is what they do many times, isn't it? Destroy that which was the original and then give you a modern version, modernize. When you look at the word modern, it comes from the word mode. Mode is looking at not a 360 vibration, but a singular point of view within the whole. So they want you to see things a certain way, i.e. in the last 6,000 years, where they've established themselves as the authority by way of the written word. From author creates authority decides what or what is not authentic. And his history or his story started when he started to write things down, those first words. In the beginning, God said this, God did that, God did this. So in the minds of the authors, not necessarily what was being dealt with in terms of reality. So we find a need or necessity that living in this society, we are conforming, we're going against that original form. That original form are who those Panatharu placed those seeds in the waters of this planet, which evolved and grew with the forces of Nine Ether into the Sands people of South Africa, with their woolly, tight curled in the sand, kingly and royal hair. The only people on the planet, the only race on the planet with hair. Everybody else has different types or various different types of coloured fur. Yes. So, excuse me. So somebody had to come along outside of the status quo, outside of the norm, so to speak, and in order to bring the outformation, in a sense, something outside of the status quo, in order to, as I say, break the spell of ignorance that we were suffering from or facing, in order to transform, change your form, back from mortals into deities again. Hence the name reformer, because he brought out formation. Reformer, sun, solar. To change us. That's what they say in their Bible, isn't it? Son of righteousness is coming with healing in his wings, and we see that iconography, all the way through ancient Egypt, Tamaray or Paa Pau'ut. So all of that was taking place, as I say, within a time period 1970 to the year 1970 to the year 2000 was the first half an hour to, as I say, upgrade our knowledge and teachings from the religious degrees. And then the second half an hour, which is from 2000 to 2030, symbolically, remember, of 1 hour out of the 24-hour clock, as you would have it, as I say, to uncover and aid our transformation. Understood? And so part of uplifting, or uncovering, I should say, the spell was that the real deities of the Bible and the Quran and the class of doing in January next year, where you learn that the Bible, the Quran, and the Torah, which is obviously within certainly today's Bible, but a book that stands in its own right as well, it's nothing but an extraterrestrial menu book. You understand? So here, as I say, we find out that, as they talk about, that the mystery of God will be finished. The actual facts, the way of certain master secrets. So factual information is the new spirituality in this day and time. And symbolically, as I say, we kicked off the door, you understand, to the Wizard of Oz's lair, to see who was sitting behind the door, who this wizard really is, that, as I say, who is symbolically controlling like a puppet the very courses and strings of our life in this multiple choice society, which benefits them, as in just us, but hasn't worked for us and doesn't work for us. but we still, you understand, grabbed ourselves, you understand, out of the mud, and did the best that we could do within the society that was pitted against us, particularly in the UK. It's got great in its name, but it never wanted to see us great. Understood? So the reality of the situation is that, you know, we have to learn, and we've been given this spiritual science reintroduced to us in this day and time, Wu-Sabat, factual information, understood, which is designed to say to bring that unity back again. Because every leader that we've ever had or teacher that we've had has said our strength is in our unity. Yeah, but it starts with the mental unity first. When the mental unity is achieved, then the physical unity will follow. And so there's a spiritual science to that was required, a medicine that was necessary for us, called Wu-Sabat in this day and time, which is dealing with factual information. You understand? Factual outformation given to us in the form of information. So, and Wu-Sabat transforms information into outformation. In this case, that in a certain formation is us. Okay, so any questions before we get into this final part of natural ether energy?
No questions.
Okay, so we've been given back our own language and way of life, as I say, Wu-Sabat, our own language in this day and time, Misbatia, or some say Sabatuyi, and the people are called Musbatu, yeah, tying into the Sabat, yeah, which is tying into, or Masbat, which is tying into the Sirius or Cyrus star constellation. As you see, the Great Pyramids in Giza, and the main central pyramid, say a tribute to Pharaoh Khufu, who renovated the pyramid. He didn't build it from scratch, but it's still a tremendous build project or achievement. But he renovated those pyramids, and they point, so King's Chamber points towards or so-called King's Chamber as they call it, points towards the Orion star constellation, and the Queen's Chamber points towards the Sirius star constellation, which is that word Sabat in the Batia language, yeah, and is associated with Ashtat, who the Greeks refer to as Isis. Yes, that particular star constellation, originally a tri-star constellation, Sirius A, Sirius B, and Sirius C, is the bridge between the 18th and the 19th galaxies. Your ancient ancestors, the Mozaku, are from the 19th galaxy. Understood? So it's the bridge, and it represents the female. As I say, the female is the bridge between the world of excuse me. Female is the bridge between the world of energy, or offers etheric beings, and provides us obviously with the skin suit to be able to exist in this physical world of matter, the lowest levels, or the lowest level of vibration. So she provides a bridge between those two worlds, as we well know, because we are, they say in England, they say bun in the oven. Yes, that's what they say. Yeah, but she's got a bun in the oven. Which basically means that she's with child, yeah, or pregnant. Interesting enough, an interesting term, yeah, bun in the oven. So obviously she recycles the dust particles or dead skin particles from other human beings, and recycles them through the original pyramid, her nose, and builds the flesh in the sand around the etheric being in the sand to form the human body. Some refer to it as a skin suit. Yes. So the bringing back of all these facts and Wu-Sabat is by way of this Amenabab Reye Akhtar, yeah, Dr. Malachi Z York, who's worked tirelessly, as I say, to break the spell, and continues to work tirelessly, even though incarcerated, which has happened to many of our great leaders, exactly 60 years, in fact, after the Honourable Elijah Muhammad, another great individual within our culture, was also incarcerated on May 8th. The Master Teacher, May 8th, 2002, exactly 60 years before, same day, Honourable Elijah Muhammad was incarcerated. So these are the sacrifices that happen. Death, financial ruin in some cases, in terms of penniless, we think about Marcus Garvey, and incarceration, imprisoned. Yeah, keep them away from their people, keep them away from raising their vibration, from transforming them, because we want to hold on to power, even though nature is saying, well, if you don't step down, then you understand, you'll be forced to step down, yeah, which is what we see happening right now. Okay, so let's get into the final class so we don't miss what we're doing today, and then obviously you can open up for questions. Now, so natural ether energy, which I'm going to step into. Let me just find where we're at. A lot of things on the page. If you want more information about who we are, we have done obviously a more detailed breakdown in part 1, so you can find part 1 of this class, natural ether energy. We'll get into a lot more detail. But let's move into where we need to be today. So the sound was a bit bad in terms of quality, and then we're running out of time. So I probably want to go back over this section, and then we'll get into the final section which we were before. So we'll go back over the hieroglyphs and then round out the natural ether energy class. So a bit of reading, I know it's sometimes a bit boring for reading, but a bit of reading just so we can hone in on some characteristics that we're dealing with. Yeah, so natural ether energy, what we were clearly in these various different parts of this class were simply conveying to you is that one aspect, for example, if you think about, we talked in the past about the word mind, and how mind, the D at the end, could be replaced with an E as the word mind. So you're talking about or reflecting the fact that you have an individual aspect or part of the mental reservoir. So you're downloading information, and you're doing that by way of an aspect of you, one of the principles of you, or 9 principles of you, referred to as the Ka'ah. Yeah, so your secondary spirit, your other spirit, is the Nafas spirit, which for intents and purposes in the human body represents your DNA and RNA. Yeah, you get your personality from character traits, so on and so forth. So, but your link, or what helps you to draw that information down into the mind, is referred to as your Ka'ah, from the mental reservoir, which all obviously are linked into us. Obviously, as human beings, have a more random access. Yeah, so unlike the animal kingdom, that would be on a fixed point within the reservoir, we have random access and able to draw down information that we need to function consciously, and obviously, of course, subconsciously. Understood? Now, the point is, what we're not describing in that is, okay, well, what's driving that? How does it work? You understand? In terms of the details, and what's it made up of? What kind of energy transfer is taking place in that regard? So that description comes in when we now start to talk about ethers. In our early discussions around ethers, we were talking about it being a conduit to allow, as I say, energy to travel to different places, as I say. So I say revisit back some of those parts of those classes and go back through to get to where we are today. So natural ether energy, is making description of the world of things and what is taking place in that world of things, which in this society we refer to it as nothing. And nothing is associated with things which are really non-existent. There's nothing there. So there's nothing there. We consider that to be non-existence. Yeah, non-existence, nothing there. However, when we now start to look at our stuff as opposed to his stuff, we realize that that nothing is not non-existence. It just means it's the world of things. Yeah, the word nothing is really no dot full stop thing, number thing. And then you have the world of sum, SUM dot things, which is what we refer to as the world of matter. Yes, versus, but from the world of, or what precedes it is the world of energy. So when we break down matter, it comes from the world of energy, yeah, and that's shown by way of the percentage sign, as we showed you earlier in the symbolism, yeah, of the percentage sign, yes, which percent is part, yeah, it's breaking it down, percent, and 100% would represent whole, yeah, and the different percents represent part. Then you see that the delineation with the two circles and the line between is showing a delineation between the world of matter and the world of submatter or subatomic, which is dealing with energy. Understood? Yeah, so energy. And we were obviously being introduced into the world of things because, as we've said many times on this class, we are interested as Sabaeans, as Nagaru, or should be interested in the cause and effect. This is what Wu-Sabat is teaching you. You have to cause that cause and effect. Now, the Mukasu, or Caucasians, have a dilemma in his society because the issue is that life, as we know it, or the origins of life, which is what we are seeking to know, those origins of life, the rules, or he has not been able to prove in a laboratory that life itself comes from non-life, which is what religion is telling you. Yeah, religion is trying to teach that life itself comes from a state of non-life, and this is not something that's been able to be proven in a scientific laboratory. Life itself is produced from life. And so we're trying to seek an understanding of what is taking place in the world that we can't see, but we know exists. Yeah, because we're not spookheads, we're not space cadets. You know, don't believe me, check it out has a result. It means something. Yeah, if you're living by that. Proof, facts. Understood? So we have to understand the world that we don't see. And this is obviously what we've been working through from seen, semi-seen, and unseen, and that the world of things, which we touched upon in our opening, where we talked about the all expanding. Yeah, all expanding. So let's work through this particular piece. We'll read it and just work through it because we were looking at certain correlations of patterns. Yeah, because what we're at the end of the day, when you're looking at the seed of a thing, yeah, the design of what it's obviously going to be growing into is there within the seed. So its final destination or output is an attribute simply of what was in the original. So if you looked at us, for example, right now, you have a certain perception. So if we said human being or whatever, you may think of a being that has, you're going to think of a human being as, I don't know, person, man or woman, yes? Head, arm, legs, body, understood? Yeah, feet, so on and so forth. You've got an idea of what a human being is. But the problem is with this society is they devalue, yes, and even to the point ignore that which takes place in the darkness. What do we mean by that? Well, life in this society starts at a certain point, isn't it? Yeah, and the law allows you to kill. Yeah, the law allows you, let's be honest, allows you to kill human life because we say it's legally, we say, okay, well, you're allowed a certain amount of weeks into the growth process. And this is because they don't value what takes place in the darkness. We value the metals that we can see, the precious stones that we can see, the metals that we can see, like gold, platinum, so on and so forth. But the base metals, which allow those metals to form. There's no metals unless you have base metals. We don't respect the base. The base is valueless. Base metals are valueless, pretty much, in this society. But you have to understand that the base is where we come from. We are the base. You look at your skin suit, it's the same color as the so-called night sky, what they call night sky, but the darkness that we see in space, which is the predominant. It is not the minority. It's the predominant out there. You understand? In fact, they don't even really compare. 90 to 10% in terms of ratio. So the issue is that this society is ignoring that because the Mukasu mind, because they're not associated with the darkness, they're associated with fire, yes, and light, as they see it, yeah, light blinds. They're not interested in the darkness, and being raised in their society, we find ourselves not showing interest in the darkness. Yeah, and so we have to get back to putting value, proper value, on all of the journey, not the parts that can be seen. So we're interested in the whole of it, the darkness, understood, which then gave birth to the light, and there's even the stage before that, because the state of dark or the stillness gave birth to motion, which results in some things. And this is what we're learning about in terms of transitions in this our understanding of natural ether energy. As we expressed to you, basic energy gave birth to energy. Basic energy. So we need to be showing interest in these things, or placing value back in ourselves. As I say, before we don't mention the role of the female, but no man, woman, whatever the case may be, could be here by way of that pathway, and that is nature's rules. Yeah, that's nature's rules. When we go against nature's rules, that's unnatural, and it results in adverse consequences. So let's get into, as I say, we didn't get time to really go through it, so I didn't really cover it, but let's go into it as we've got a bit more time today. Any questions?
There's a question on Facebook from Akiba, and the question is AEO still a thing?
It's not really relevant to this class today. Really relevant to this class. Are you sure you're looking at this week's class? Because I think I saw that question before, unless it's been asked again. So yeah, the answer's already in there from the previous week, if that's a new question. So I'll probably just check that we're looking at today's broadcast, if that's the case. Now,
there are no further questions.
I have no questions and there's no hands raised.
Okay, no problem. All right, let's work through this. So this is 347 out of the His Story book. We didn't cover it in the His Story class, so some new information, I suppose, in that regard. Let's say in the detail of what the master teacher wanted to convey. So let's get into this. So it says, 347. So we are not just different races. We are different species, not the same, not made to live together. For the albino or Caucasoid of our species is a killer by nature because of his weak genes, as all other albino species of creatures on Earth. This 348. This does not mean hate them. So as I say, we don't deal in race hate. We talk about genes, etc. Have to have a certain. You need adults in the room, yeah, to have a discussion. But what you see around the planet today is different species. So you can have, you can have scorpions, for example, that sting, and scorpions that don't sting. We can have bears, for example. You can have when you have a certain type of bear, for example. You have a brown bear, but then you'll see the polar bear. And the assumption is that the polar bear is, and both have a certain type of nature, understood? But you have some bears within their lineage or line that are not carnivorous, and have a more gentile nature, not the brown bear, but you're thinking about others, koala, so on and so forth, within that sets of species that basically have a more gentle nature, and then some which have a more aggressive nature within the same species. When you think about the polar bear, for example, the polar bear is an albino within that set of species, and so that denotes a certain type of nature. Now, it's not cold. It's not albino or white, I should say, because it's cold. It's white because of weaker or recessive genetics. And that's something that again needs to be made clear and plain, because as I say, you have species within that environment that are not colorless in that regard. So it drives a certain type of behavior or nature as a result of who made them. You understand? And so we can see they have the nature of their extraterrestrial overlords, the Pleiadians, as I say, who had that nature and then were subjugated, as I say, by the Draconians. Now let's get into this. So 348. This does not mean hate. It means avoid contact with them. They will fade out of Wajud and existence with Wakut time. The sun is at work the same as in Canamat cinemas of Dracula's vampire race. No one wins the race in racism. So, as I say, one of the things, race becomes quite a complex subject, because the fact of the matter is the Nagaru gene or Nagarnadu gene or Negro gene is so strong that basically one aspect of it in the individual gives them a pathway to the same or equal opportunities within existence as the full Nagaru has. That's how strong the genes are. But because of racism, many people on the planet will not see themselves aligned with the dominant sets of genes, i.e. working with natural nature. They will see themselves on the unnatural side of nature. They don't see themselves as having of color. They see themselves as anti that. And so even though, because of the weakness of the genes, it requires them to mix in with other races for survival, they are unfortunately, the most racist of the races on the planet, and certainly progenitors of wrong racism as opposed to right racism. Right racism being racial pride, being proud, you understand, cultural, trying to stay culturally, keeping your culture alive, staying culturally relevant, so on and so forth, as opposed to wrong racism, which is a suppression of another race to further your own race. Yeah, so even though we say it's a mixed race person, so a white person, let's say, mixes with a black person, that mixed race person can never call themselves white, even though they're of the two. So that race doesn't accept others, understood, to be able to call themselves that, even in a mixed race situation, a mixed race person, whether they in their mind consider themselves to be of color or not, will still be treated in the world like a black person. You understand? So this is what you're seeing there, and nature obviously is seeking to take out the unnatural. So many will fall by the wayside, as say, living in the image and after the likeness, because an expiry was set in their genetics, their telomerase of the species was set to expire. That's something that their extraterrestrials, or gods as they may refer to it as, placed in there, an expiry of time, which we can see happening right now, as well as various viruses and things being unleashed onto the planet. We see that the virus, which is there today, killing many all over the world, and certainly Nagaru as well, whose immune system may be compromised. As you see, it's referred to as what? Coronavirus. Understood? Study the sun, yes, and we see that the sun itself has a what? A corona. So, 350. Musbatu Sabaeans, what mainly concerns most Shakhasu people on the planet, Makab, Mata, planet Earth, or planet ETs are individuals and groups of persons and Salalu races of humanoids, their own past, present, and future, and also well-being for present and future. 351. Also concerns most Shakhasu people is justice, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And what further concerns most people is facts, gathering correct information, not khathabat, lies, legends, or kasasat, stories, but actual proven facts of their origins and the origins of those around them they trust and mix with. So what of this universe and the place and things and Shakhasu people there is here? Well, 353. Well, Wu-Sabat deals and indeed teaches on the origins of persons, places, and things and races of Hamanadu humanoids, and the separation of each species are no exception. So we understand that in the way the divine design, if you want to call it as, or the natural design or intelligent design has been ordered within this environment, is that each of the species obviously have their own vibration, and those different groups of extraterrestrials working to create beings, let's say, in their image and after their likeness, in order to facilitate the seeding of this particular planet, had their own markers which they placed on individuals. And obviously the Sands people have those markers, which we touched upon on previous classes. They have the obviously the woolly hair of the Nagarnadu or Negroid. They have the folded eyelid of the Orientals long before those Orientals came along. They had the indented chin of the Dravidian, or some referred to as Hindu, and they have the bridged forehead of the Aborigine. You understand? So these are markers, genetic markers, or that then appeared in singular form in different races to give them a unique identity. What they don't have is the colorless iris of the Mukasu or Kakasnadu, the Caucasian. They don't have that trait because obviously they are made as opposed to being created. Understood? Being made, as I say, by the Pleiadians in a more artificial fashion. Hence, their nature is to do things which are anti-nature, like cedar scrapes, so on and so forth, placing pig hearts in humans, you understand, as an alternative. These are things that breach or go against nature's rules, and as I say, it causes consequences for all of us living in proximity to them on the same planet. So these are what is being referred to as the separation of the different races or species is basically referred to as physical ethers. So we have ether, we're talking about natural ether energy. We have physical ethers. Physical ethers refers to, as I say, the separation of these different species. So as the guy, which we're going to get on into a bit, we have 9 different distinct species within our race. So 9 physical ethers, as you would refer to as. 354. So when Wahu Makwan universe first Yatoy come into being, what is at the origin of a Wahu Makwan universe? In and of the Kalei Makwanat omniverse. It is void of flesh and man blood creatures. Therefore, there are no physical individuals, female and male persons, to start any human race of Shakhasu people in the Wahu Makwan universe grown in and of the Kalei Makwanat omniverse. Yeah. 355. So in Hakak al-Hakak, actual fact, at the beginning of this Wahu Makwan universe, at its birth, Mawat, death did not exist. Therefore, Mawat death was surely no threat to life anywhere in this universe. So it's hard for us, obviously, as human beings, right now, to conceive a place or a state where, and particularly now in this day and time, where death was not a thing. Yeah, the fact that death arrived here, some 18, rounded up to 18 million years ago, that death forces, as you would have it, or forces that cause things to decay and die, arrived at this planet around about 18 or so million years ago. You understand? So this is a fact, as we see in, I suppose, in certain life forms in this planet, like the evergreen tree, for example, that is not subject, I suppose, to seasonal variances of high, low, or even balanced energy states, as we see from the seasons, because of the movement of the axis from perpendicular to 23.5 degree axis, which created, say, the 4 moods or seasons, as we would have it. You understand? And death can mean, as I say, expiry, and in some cases, I say, it's low energy. Yeah. But as we can see here, there wasn't any death at the start of this universe, because at the start of this universe, in terms of, let's say, us as in that form as human beings, because we wasn't around, in that regard, or in that form, I should say. 356. The specific creative powers that Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn have are found in the Shamash, sun, Yarach, moon, and the Mata, earth, and in this whole solar system, and Wahu Makwan. And 357. And the Negroid Mukwanu beings of this universe, the original persons on this Mata, planet Earth, became flesh and blood Mukwanu beings called Natharu, overseers, and Nathar Tatu, overseers. So male Natharu and Nathar Tatu, female overseers, who originated by way of Orion and Masbat Sabat Najam, the Sirius or Sirius star system, to grow this Shamash sun, Yarach moon, and Mata earth thought into beings from themselves. So remember, when we were talking about natural ether energy, and I think in the previous class we mentioned about brain natural ether energy. So the point, I think, when we were talking about us as human beings and how we're perceived, so let's get back to that, so we missed that. So is that, remember, under the rules of things, all things and a thing, understood, are the same. Remember the rules of things. A thing and all things are the same. Now, the point I was saying from a perception point of view that we were touching upon earlier about human beings, when you think of human beings, is that, and we were touching upon that the rules, can terminate life, because man says that this particular set of weeks, that's not a human being. According to man's rules, they're saying that's not a human being. Yes? But what you have to understand in nature's rules, is that what really is the human being? Because we're looking, when we talk about us being born, we are looking at the result. We're not looking at the origin. We're looking at the result. So if we start to peel back these various different layers, you're going to get to the core of what the actual thing, is. Not the result, because the result is fake. It fades. It's going to expire at a certain point. And it's what we were talking about, where the value is placed. Because when a human being reproduces, for example, yes? Or, in fact, let me go this way first. When we're looking at a human being, we are not looking at the single cell, for example, amoeba, or the protozoa, you understand, which looks like a cell for all intents and purposes. We're not looking at ourselves as that being a human being, yeah, in terms of its origin. But when you look at a book like the Holy Tablets, for example, in the first chapter, and the Natharu are looking at it in terms of the growth and the creation of human beings, then they're looking at it because obviously they were there from the origin all the way to the complex results of growth and ether changes that have resulted in what we look like today. You understand? Through billions into millions of years of growth, development, changes to design, so on and so forth, that has resulted in the way in which we look today. You understand? In terms of that growth process. But the person sees because you've been there from the growth, they're looking at it and they respect the fact that that single-celled organism was you. And that's how it describes us. You started off as, boom, this single-cell organism. So we respect the whole of the journey. But us as humans, if we're honest, we don't perceive, when we're thinking about our sperm and ovum, we don't perceive that as a human being. We don't see that. We know it is the early parts of a human being, but do we respect it? Yeah, because when the system resets itself, yes, for you to reproduce, you don't reproduce as a fully formed human being. It reproduces and sets you back at the very, or at least the smallest part of us, you understand, that can be translated into a human being. We start at that point first. And then grow into, understood, what we would say human beings, male, females, or whatever today. But we start off at that smallest particle. Now, is the seed important? Well, yeah, it is, because if the ingredients are not right, then whatever's going to be produced in terms of the outcome is going to be there in the source ingredients, isn't it? You know, it's coupling the environment and other different factors or whatever. But if the core bit is not right, then the outcome is not going to be right from that point of growth. Yeah, as we understand from the rules, one of the rules given to us by the master, the mind is like a field. Whatever you plant in it, it's going to grow. So one has to be conscious about what they're planting. So this is the things we're having to now start to look at, as I say, and respect or relook again at what we're talking about, what we're valuing. So we're looking at the whole of the journey to take control again. Because if others know the journey better than what we know it, or we're not paying attention to it, and believe you me, others have studied our race, studied us, studied who we are, studied our nature, and able to manipulate us because we're not clued up on all aspects of who we are. Or we're not going back to a point where no one else exists apart from us. No one else can draw into that energy apart from us. We're not tapping it into. We're not everybody else. We are who we are. So it's the who we are that's important, which we have to tap into if we're going to get ourselves out of the current mess that we find ourselves in. Understood? So it says, yeah, flesh and blood beings called Natharu overseers and Nathar Tatu overseers, who originated by way of Orion and Wu-Sabat Najam, Sirius star system, to grow this Shamash, sun, Yarach, moon, Matat, earth, thought into beings from themselves. So one of the things when you think about brain natural ether energy. So we'll come back around again. Brain natural ether energy, correct? Brain natural ether energy, yes, produces, or an attribute of brain natural ether energy is the damagh, the brain itself, or brains, yeah, so damaru, or damarat, yeah, brains, yeah, plural, it produces brains itself, and is responsible for reasoning and creative energy. So creative energy, what we call creative energy. So it's the ether characteristics, the brain natural ether, that is producing the brain. So these origins, or the mental part that we are talking about, is key. So when we talk about, say, all of what we look around, all of us, is nothing but the materialization of divine thought forms, then we're now learning or being made to be cognizant of what that actually means. Yeah, and how one takes control of that, as we've been expressing in these classes, isn't it? That the absolute space, bara space, absolute space, and absolute material matter, yeah, those two states or conditions, when brought into union, cause brain natural ether energy, which is in a dormant state, let's say, for example. It makes them, when they're brought into perfect unison with each other, it makes them active. Yeah, it produces what we call in our culture magic, or it's a magical things start to take place and start to happen. Yeah, the driving force between the two. Yeah, and etheric beings, as you would have it, are able to bring that into those two states into union, in order to cause, as I say, things to happen. Yeah, cause things to happen, bring things, as I say, into that journey of existence, which we know, yeah, that nature of things, isn't it? Under those rules is be, becoming, became. Yeah, if we go back to those previous sessions. So be, yeah, and the rules of is, of, are, so on and so forth. So things are on a journey to becoming something, but somebody is, or you understand, somebody is driving that. So these early characteristics that we're seeing or seeing described here, these patterns flow through in the design. You have two sides of your brain, correct? Two sides of the brain. Yeah? So that ether has been split now, as say, which we have a female side and a male side. So in those characteristics, certain times, understood, even though we talk about energy, we don't talk about energy into, there's no genetic discussion when we're having a discussion about energy, but the certain features or ether which can be affected by the subtleties of the environment that it finds itself placed within, we see that duality or design even in the human brain. This bringing together, as I say, of these two states, absolute matter and absolute space, understood, or some refer to as omnispace, understand, all, yeah, ALL, omnispace, all, being brought into unison with unimatter, understood, which is the all. Omnispace, all, being brought into unison with, as I say, all matter, understood, known as unimatter, that is brought into, as I say, perfect unison with each other to cause them brain ether energy, or these particles, as I say, to become active, because that causes a certain type of magnetic force or energy, you understand, excites these things, where obviously they can be melted down to become things into some things, which are the attributes of the Nagara. to be able to bring those together as Ifrit beings, as the children of who? Paa Natharu, the overseers, who are the ones who, as we find out, created this very universe, etc., that we're living in right now. Any questions?
Right. I have a hand raised by Patricia. Patricia, if you're listening, I'm going to permit you to talk. I'm clicking now. If you unmute your button, you can speak. Patricia.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My question is, you mentioned something about lockdown earlier, the corona, and I want to see if what you're talking about, something's happened to me. During lockdown, I've become more intuitive, and I'm because I have been studying your lessons and other Black history. Am I tuned in to what your lesson is today? If that makes sense.
I mean, well, I couldn't answer that per se, without obviously out seeing much in your mind, but obviously the circumstances of the day and time that we're living in, and the fact that, as I say, this information, when we talk about Wu-Sabat, predominantly, remember, you're speaking about a frequency. So you being in tune is, you understand, and knowing, I suppose, either the day and time we're living in or what is to come, you understand, in preparation for that. That does show being in tune. You think about when the animal world is in danger, they seem to know where to be or the right places to move, let's say, when natural calamities or certain disasters can befall at certain points. So they seem to know when to migrate, etc. So us tuning in with that frequency, Wu-Sabat, or is being broadcast on a certain frequency. And when you're tuned into that, then you're going to receive that outformation, understood, which is going to start to, as I say, give you those sparks of intuition and inspiration to know what to do, or seeing maybe beyond what is being presented by the media in terms of what's going on. So when we touch upon corona, not so much the lockdown issue, it's more to do with this virus that has been targeted, which is an extraterrestrial virus, which was predicted, as I say, in many books by Dr. Malachi Z York many years before, is being used, as I say, to reduce down population, in particular the Mukasu population. The reason why we find ourselves in a lot of issues because we work in a lot of frontline areas where we're servicing different people. Do you see what I'm saying? And find jobs, cleaners, so on and so forth. We're in a lot of frontline services. So those with compromised immune systems would be susceptible to the virus. But we do have an antidote, I suppose, or the ability to fight against it because of the amount of plasma in our blood. And so I think 55% of blood is made up of plasma, understood? And so when you're looking at some of the cures that they're talking about now, aside from the vaccines, is based on the plasma, because within our blood. So we know who the virus is targeted at, yes, but given our proximity, as I say, it causes us now to be in harm's way as well. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I think so. I'm very grateful. Thank you very much.
No problem.
No further questions from Mike.
No further questions. Nababkak, are you aware that we can't hear you if you're speaking?
Sorry, what was the last thing you heard me say? Was the
Does that answer your question?
okay, sorry, I don't know. I've gone on mute for a reason there. Right, okay, so as I say, this last bit here, I think we thought into beings from themselves. So this is showing this link, and I think hopefully in these several parts leading up to this one, when you get the book, you start to go into it, is showing that we have a link back to those original, as I say, forces. When I say original, not necessarily saying a start point, as in the very beginning of all things, but it's just saying that we're part of existence. Yes, and in order to have things to grow, you have to exist first. Yeah, in order to have motion, we're having stillness first. So, say part, or in this case, a thing and all things are the same. Yeah, and we are, which is what we say in our affirmation, isn't it? At the very beginning, I am a part of the all expanding, and the all is a part of me. We're saying that. Yeah, so a part and all is the same under those rules of things, and we're part of those originals who gave birth to all others. Yeah, so that mental, what you call it, energy or brain ether energy. Yeah, in this regard, when we're talking about mind and mental, we are part of that. Yeah, as the children of those overseers. Now, it's 358. That is by 9 reason plus the 9 rules and dawarat cycles of absolute fatir al-fatar, natural nature, or the whirling birthed the world, world to world. You understand? Because we came here by way of various different cycles, but we came here by way of a wormhole. So we can see that this coming together of various different forces. So if you think about how a universe is formed, which is affected by, I'd say, things or particles, floating aimlessly in space, and are brought into order when the summer of existence visits that part of existence. When the summer, or that season of summer, visits that part, it forces these particles which were previously inactive, it forces them into order, you understand, and has the ability to form a universe over a 9-year period, you understand, a universe being born out of darkness or within existence. And so excuse me, in a similar kind of fashion, we also came here by way of a wormhole, understood? Yes, which when we're coming through this particular wormhole, or certainly if you think about the love making process, we'll describe it as that to keep it nice and keep it nice for everybody. So when you think about the love-making process and the interaction between those two forces, yes, the push and pull, so to speak, that creates a type of vortex, which if males are paying attention, they can feel the pull. They can feel that pull, of those two colliding forces coming together, which draws that spermatozoa in if the process is done right and exact and correct. So it draws that in, and then we come back through the other side through another wormhole. But that wormhole is then placing layers upon us. Understood? When one goes back through a black hole, another wormhole, so the larger one, if we were to pass back through that black hole now in this state, which is one thing that we will have to go through if we're making that transition back to Razak or Rizq, when you go back through the wormhole, it strips you of those various different layers, so that you're only then left with exactly who and what you are, which is that Ifrit being. Yeah, so you'll be stripped of those layers as you pass back through that wormhole. Obviously, when we came through this time, layers were put on. Yeah, it's called skin suit, so on and so forth. Yes, so world to world, so things come in this type of fashion. And interesting enough, when we talk about knowledge or information, the master explained in Lost Records of Time that we are moving from linear progression to cyclical evolution. And so this is why you find, particularly when you're reading into these doctrine books, many subjects are revisited, aren't they? Yeah, but they're not revisited in a way like in a sequential way. They're revisited in a circular way, because you're going back over things, and then like a spiral staircase, I suppose, in that regard. If you look at that example, yes, you're moving in the same direction, you're walking the same path, but then when you're up on a certain level of the staircase, you're looking down upon what you previously studied or walked. Yeah, because it has degrees of meaning, which, as we showed you from various different, you're looking at it from a various perspective. And what happens is sometimes certain people, even our people, along the journey, they get trapped. They get trapped as Ansars, understood, and don't want to accept the actual facts and the Patarak. So where that journey moves on, because it doesn't stop just because you've gone off and decided to do something else with your life and then come back to it. It's still moving. Yeah, nature's still moving things along, so we have to keep up. But people want to come in and they don't want to humble out and say, you know what, I've been away, boom, let me just study, learn, and step by step bring myself back to where we're supposed to be at today. No, they want to come back in and jump in as Ansars, jump in as whatever, HTM, jump in at these levels, and hopefully, because we're coming back around again, hope that, well, if I stay still in the same place, it's going to come back around and I'm going to be proven that I'm correct or I'm right, or we was always this HTM, or we were always Ansars, we was always this, so they can stay where we're at. But we're never going to be the same, because we're always moving, for lack of a better words, upwards or along this spiral, which is the same journey, but it's at a higher state. Understood? So you have to keep up. You have to keep up. That's what it is. That's where we're at. We have to keep up. Yeah, because nature doesn't wait for no one. As you well, all on this call, know that reality. They say time waits for no man or woman. It doesn't wait. So it doesn't matter about our emotions to the situation. The reality is growth still takes place. You understand? So we have to keep up with what is taking place in the world right now, and what is being given to us right now. The master teacher been incarcerated for 18 plus years and is still outworking the tribe in terms of knowledge. Still outworking. With all of the challenges and the difficulties that he's facing, all the challenges in order to be able to teach and raise us, he's still outworking the tribe. In terms of books, how many of you have got books? How many people got books out there that they still haven't read? Many Outformation information or classes. Are you up to date on every Outformation class we put out? So it's still outworking the tribe. Still outworking. No other organization, even with the master teacher in prison, has put out as many books as he has since 2002, since his incarceration. When we say over 1,000 books, people think we're joking. And they're not no small, we got some small pamphlets, but they're big books. The religious books alone are 1,000 pages each. degree of Christianity, degree of Mohammedanism, so on. They're 1,000 pages plus. And they're only the summary version, let's be honest, of all the books that he released under those various different degrees or schools. Even dealing with the actual facts and the Paa Pau'ut, so on and so forth, it's a tremendous, and no one's put as much information out. Yes, so we have to keep up, and that's only scratching the surface of what we need to know in this day and time. You ain't got time for the religious information that's out there right now. Ain't got time. It's not giving you the necessary information, what you need to know about how existence works, who the hell are you, and how you can activate your powers, understood, and get out of here if necessary, if things become beyond repair. 359. And originally they prepared their Kharadu children to live any place here on the planet, or inside it, or under the waters. 360. And they were of one made Tasu, 9 minds, Tasu, 9 people, Tasu, 9 dwellers. 1 dweller on land, and so we went through this, I think, in the last class, but this is what I want to focus on, that it came from 9 concepts, or 9 mental ideas of who their children were going to be. When we say children, or when they're saying children, is describing, I suppose, offspring. So offspring of the original, not necessarily, 2 offspring coming off of the original, you understand? And so those patterns within the original design feature then all throughout, you understand, the manifestation process. So here we showed you a diagram, I think, in the last class. Let's get to it. About the 9 minds or 9 concepts, because I think somebody asked a question on that last time. So 9 minds, 9 concepts, giving birth to 9 physical ethers, yes, of the Nagaru race, which, as I say, Sans people, original, but then you got, say, blue, black of the Congo. So we've got various different hues as human beings, you understand, various different hues of us within our species, which led to 9 different dwelling places in order for us to in-house these various different states here on the planet Earth. You see described here in terms of those 9 dwelling places that were created to in-house these various different species. As I say, Black or Nagaru or Nagarnadu people, we don't like the cold, but we are built, as I say, to survive all type of environments. Our skin suit is built to, trust me, if you go out there, you don't like the cold, but you drink some ginger tea, pure ginger tea, and see, you'll be walking around, not that I'm saying people to do that, but you'll be walking around outside in the winter, with nothing but a t-shirt on and still be all right. Because, as I say, we have more layers of skin. We also have, obviously, our melanin clearly has the ability to convert sunlight and retain heat. Retain heat. We don't like the cold, but as I say, it doesn't mean we can't withstand it. You can get burned in the cold and you can get burned in the hot weather. Sunburn. And now, because of ignorance, as I say, if you put chemicals and various other things, or your melanin is toxic, then yes, you will get burned. But instead of to address the issue, because the modern doctors will say, hey, you just need to put this whatever synthetic cream to cover yourself, or what's your skin there for? How have Africans been living in Africa under tremendous heat, etc., for so many years, and then never got, not say predominant throughout their culture, have sunburn? So that's telling you, well, our melanin's not right, but they want to give you the one vibration solution. The solution that is based upon, in the main, the European male. So, and then paint everybody, so to speak, with the same brush or the one vibration. So 9 concepts, 9 minds, so 9 concepts out of 9 masters. So this is an older race, remember, older race to us, creating a younger race of itself to in-house this newly born planet. So there were 9 dwelling places of Tasu akal, 9 mind conceptions. Why you see so many in your own race, yet one Shakhasu people. There are 9 distinct features in our own race. Excuse me. 364. After the planet was healed, many died off, yet the mixing resulted in today's 9 distinct features of our race. That can be said of the other 2 Salal races. So these are 3 predominant races left out of the 24 races. So 3 Nagal Nadu, Mongoloid. So they're 3 basically physical ethers within their species. Yeah, and obviously the reason why they still look alike today is because the Nagaru race, in the sun, our genes have been intercepted and interfered the most. So we do have 9 distinct looks or distinct features or physical ethers within our race. But if you sat us in a room and you looked around the room, for example, a room full of black people, they would all look different because our genes of being the strongest genes on the planet, many other sub-races and other root races have interfered with our genes, and so therefore that's why our look is so varied, let's say, across the race. Whereas when you look at the Mongoloid, for example, Nagal Nard, they look very similar because they haven't had a lot of outside, it's changing now, but they haven't had a lot of outside interceptions, invasions of their culture. Understood. 6 of the Kakas Nadu, and we've gone through that. 6 root genetic pools, as I say, that they come from, or they are finding, as the master explained. They will find 6 sources of their DNA where they come from. And obviously, some of those we've already seen: Neanderthal, Denisovan, and many others of the like. But 6 obviously pools, which goes obviously to 6. You've got 6 ether on the female side, and then 5 ether vibrational rate limit on the male side. The 2 combined gives you 11. Hence why, as I say, you've got the 11 sons of Canaan symbolically in Genesis chapter 10, which represents the 11 different strains or graftation projects as it pertains to the Mukasu or the Kakasnadu Caucasus today. Now, 365. So as you compare today the 3 major races and numerous subdivision races of human beings called planetary nations. Check that out, a new terminology there. Planetary nations on planet ET, extraterrestrials plan. 366. The 9 subdivision races of deities constitute this universe. So this is an important statement for us. Yeah, and this is what I'm saying, is that we are not within the environment, we are part of the environment. Yeah, we're not in the environment. Listen to me again. We're not just in the environment, we are part of it. Yeah, and you look at our natural design, as we said, we've shown this in the earlier parts of this class. Remember, 24% of your DNA is how would you say? It is dynamic. Yeah, so it's interacting with the environment, isn't it? You're breathing in air, you're expending and taking in air all the time. So you're part of the natural environment of things, and we affect it on a level, understood, all the way back to the very origin of things, unless controls are put in place to cut that communication. Do you understand? It's like, how can I say, if ether is traveling, obviously on the end of it's going to be the result, as we talked about brain energy earlier, its attributes are at the end of its transition from some of these older, earlier, more finite forms of energy. As it starts to slow down in vibration, what part of the attributes or the results of it is a brain, the human brain. Yes, but it still has the links or the ability to link back to those original forces. Understood? So it's letting you know here, well, these races or those deities, they make up that which is what we're calling this universe. A very important phrase here for us to kind of absorb and take in. Now it says, Paa Pau'ut, the all, race or universe nation on Makab Mata'at, planet Earth, and by extension of all, or Paa Pau'ut, the all, this Wahu Makwan universe, and all of the Kalei Makwanat omniverse, know yourself. So this, explaining what we just talked about there, is to show, as I say, that extension by way of connection to the very origin of things. And we talked about earlier, when you're separating or making that distinction made for our understanding of Paa Pau'ut, the all, into just Pau'ut on its own, all, then we understood, isn't it? As I say, there's more space than there is matter, you understand? Because matter has to exist within an environment, understood? So omnispace is considered Pau'ut, you understand? Brought into unison with unimatter, which is the all. Yeah, so the material, yeah, within existence, yeah, the space, yeah, is the separation between those two, for one example of this meaning what we're speaking about here. But they have their characteristics. One gave birth to the other. Yeah? So, or one came out of the other. So this, so know yourself. So again, you are a universe. So if you want to understand these secrets, you're starting to now understand these ethers, and you're looking at the correlation as above, so below. We look at the correlation between these things to have a greater understanding, let's say, of what is in, within, and without of us. Yeah. So 367. The physical Wahu Makwan universe did not always exist as you know it. Wahu Makwan universe was grown out of in the Kalei Makwanat omniverse. This Wahu Makwan universe, as well as Wakut time itself, had a beginning by way of a Big Bang 18 billion years ago. 368. So today's astrophysics reveal that there was a Wakut time when this Kalei Makwanat omniverse, as you know it, did not exist, and there was a time when time, as you count it, did not exist, and its birth was not random. 369. There's a finite beginning, it is not infinite. 370. The very fact of a finite beginning, caused by and guided by Sayem Akal, divine mind, or Akalat minds, who existed before and beyond this one universe. Sayem Mukwanu, divine beings who are involved in the growing of this Wahu Makwan universe, and the Kashar, flesh and demand blood, life within it. And they intervene in Hamanadu humanoids' lives, both good and Nahes, evil ones. So you understand, as I say, when we've given you the masculine's perception of how we're looking at a universe, which we understand comes from a dual verse. Dual verses come from triverses. Triverses come from the multiverse, and multiverse. When we say everything, we say omniverse. Yeah. So even that has a certain pathway. So if you're struggling to understand, okay, well, how can they create a universe? Well, at that level where we're talking about certain types of beings, then that is what is taking place in terms of growth and what they're managing, what they're creating, and then within that, obviously, it's the control of formulation of life within those environments. Understood? So again, the correlation to us is clearly our parents as that dual verse. And even now today, you do have triversal situations, even in the human species, where you've had women, for example, who have defective mitochondrial DNA, for example, and have had DNA from that mitochondrial DNA implanted from another female into them, which then is utilized or to help them to facilitate the birthing process. So in that situation, you've got three separate beings, yes, even through still retaining some form of natural process, but you've got three separate beings now to formulate that's affected now the jewel in order to then produce the uni. Yeah, so triversal situations clearly always take place, and even they give you a triversal situation in their Jesus legend, isn't it? Because Gabriel in Luke chapter 1 verse 28, you understand, his genes or whatever were utilized in that story, it seems, were utilized in order to produce that particular individual or child. So it was again a triversal situation. You've got Mary, him, and Joseph in that happy union, which would probably be not so happy in reality, based on the nature of human beings who don't necessarily, and certainly men, are usually against another man impregnating their wife without their knowledge. So who existed before this one universe? So both good and evil. So both are involved in whether we perceive it to be good or evil from a perception point of view. Both are involved in progressing and moving life. Now, we touched upon 371 a little bit earlier. So 371 says, to grow or create life from non-life cannot be done. Scientists have tried and have utterly failed. 372, the rules of Fatir al-Fatah, natural nature of biogenesis, declare that life can only yatoy come from life, not random chance or just say be and it is, yeah, as the they say in the Islamic world. So yes, this is biogenesis. Obviously, it's talking about bio, as you know, means tool or jewel. So biogenesis is talking about reproduction. So, and this is what they're struggling versus ab or abio or abiogenesis, which is basically that describing, the Greeks describing this state, I suppose, of non-life giving birth to life, yeah, which is what their religious mythology tries to describe, understood, as opposed to what is shown in reality in nature. So this is explained that obviously they've not been able to recreate that which their religious books attest to, understood. Now the question is, or could be asked, well, are you guys saying the same thing? Well, no, because we're describing a scenario that scientists have proven exists. Yes, i.e. that what is being called dark matter and dark energy, the reason why it's being called dark, because modern day instrumentation can't prove that, can't see it. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist, have impact, or is not affecting physical things. Understood? So our, what you call non-life state, yes, is because we're talking about, or we're making reference to the fact of that it is ether or brain ether that is driving natural ether energy, but in particular brain ether energy, which is driving these growth processes, and that these things have their own inherent nature, and there are rules to what is taking place within that state being called darkness, so to speak, that eventually cause things to be produced in the light. Because our reasoning ability, isn't it? Reasoning, which is an attribute, as I say, of, excuse me, an attribute of brain ether energy. Our reasoning ability is giving you the ability to see what is not seen. So from the state of seen, which is here in the physical world, you have semi-seen, which is ghost, apparition, that type of thing, and then you have unseen, Yes. When we're looking into this world of unseen, then as we've expressed previously, we're talking about these particles of natural ether energy, which is the smallest, I suppose, particles that could still be considered to be matter or material, also known as black dots. So because we made the distinction between, as we spoke about earlier, that percentage sign where hydrogen is considered to be the lightest atom, or which makes up matter, on that side of things. And then when we step back beyond hydrogen and we do subatomic particles, we're stepping into the world of energy, yes, and so we're calling it energy as opposed to matter. But because you've still got part or particles of energy, like gas can be considered to be matter. You think about incandescent and fluorescent lighting, understood, where you've got gas particles that can be excited by electricity to give light. It's still particles, still material. So those smallest things within existence that can be considered to be material or matter, which enables us to make things from, because you have to have material to make things from, and they exist in that state, yes, we refer to it as energy matter, or energy material, or matter energy, because it's still particles, it's still material that can be utilized, understood, to make things from. I suppose in that state, however, you're not necessarily having to destroy in order to build, like you have doing to physical things. Those black dots or brain ether energy, remember, in the unison or the coming together of absolute matter or omni space, absolute space, let's start with that first, absolute space, not to confuse it with absolute space or omni space being brought together with uni matter, understood, or absolute matter, then being brought together excites these brain etheric seeds or black dots, understood, and causes them to melt down. You understand? At the right temperature, in the right environment, causes them to melt down, and obviously it's being expressed in our cells in one iteration, for example, as the firing of different synapses across, which is the whole thing that births new ideas, new ways of doing things, so on and so forth, learning of new habits and things that enable us to produce things, because everything that is mental or as above can manifest itself to become a reality if the right amount of work and energy is put behind it. You understand? So there's a science to how things are coming into existence. It's not spookism. You understand? Now, brain natural these etheric seeds or black dots or whatever, as we said, they can't be seen from the physical, but they can be felt, they can be tasted, they can be smelt. You understand? In a certain state, either naturally induced or drug induced state, they can be seen and perceived, understood? This material, as we would have it as classified today. So, as I say, we understand, from the mental creation side of things, which we're looking at, as I say, that basis of where things are coming from. And even in the book Sacred Wisdom of Tahuti, it tells you even that Hu, which is what precedes the man, you understand, in humanoids, we see here the Hu part of it is one of the mental plans within the mind of all. One of the mental plans, so they come from the mental, this energy, understood? So we know life is a burning, so you know you cannot create life from non-life in the term of this physical sense, but we are coming from the world of existence, understood? And out of existence, life is produced. So, any questions? I'll move on to 373.
There is a hand up.
Go ahead.
From Anne. She's been waiting quite a while now. So, Anne, if you're listening, I'm allowing you to talk now. Anne, you are now permitted to talk. Ask your question. Unmute yourself. We're not getting any actions there. Right, I think we can carry on. I've got no further questions.
And there are no further questions here.
Never get any here, so you can now unmute your mic.
Apologies, yeah, I forgot that. Okay, right, 373. So they now all know of the matrix. They know that word matrix means womb, if you look it up, and it's intricate mathematical rules that determine the movement and motion expansion of this universe. So everything had to be just right from the very start, well planned, everything from the value of fundamental forces, which we know there are 4, magnetism, gravity, strong, weak nuclear forces, everything they also call the 4 winds. Everything like electromagnetism and gravity to the relative masses of the various subatomic particles to things like number of neutrino types at Wakut time of the moment to the second, which the Wahoo Makwan universe has to know already at 9.45 seconds. 374, the slightest tinkering with a single one of the scores of basic value and relationships in Fatir al-Fatah, natural nature, would have resulted in a Wahoo Makwan universe very different to this one we live in now. So very precise process of growth, as I say, being ordered, as I say, by these 9 minds or 9 individuals, 9 concepts, which help to give birth to this one universe out of, as I say, the multiverse. 375, the rules of physics existed from the very beginning of this one, Wahoo Makwan universe, and had to be finely tuned to allow this Wahoo Makwan universe to grow into Wajuan existence the way it does now with flesh and blood beings. Let's get there. With flesh and blood thinking creatures in it mathematically. 376. So it did not randomly Yatoy come into Wajudan existence with just the right properties to allow humanoid thinking, creating Mokwanu beings to exist. And for those who say Tawa, yes, that means our God, Allah, Yahweh exists, I simply say yes, Tawa. Yes, within this universe, after you thought unseen Gadad God into Mukwan being. 378. As for your holy books, they all lakun teach your Dagar, deity is physical, and came to earth. Genesis 11, verse 5. And the Lord God came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men builded, and or his Mukhbatu angels came down to Mata earth from up there, where he sits on a throne. Quran 97 verse 4, Surah 97 verse 4. And the angels and the spirit descend down therein by permission of their Lord for every matter. Or John 8:23, and he said unto them, ye are from beneath, I am from above, ye are of this world, I am not of this world. 379. So Tawa, yes, there is a God, Allah, Yahweh, who is up there, above, and Muthyad Mutatalu, extraterrestrial, that is all. So we're seeing here that after the event, isn't it? Yes, after the event, until somebody taught you about a God or Allah or Yahweh, whatever name that one chooses to call it, that is when that being came into existence. Because prior to that, you didn't know nothing about no Allah or God until somebody taught you about that particular legend as it's unproven to today. At least in those religious degrees are unproven today. Now somebody say, oh, well, what about the Natharu? But the Natharu are sons. So before you knew about it, the son existed to you whether you knew the name or not, because you felt his presence. You understand? In terms of the unseen, or at least as one expression of the Natharu or overseers. So it has a different weight. So our imagination in terms of what was in our knowledge sphere or our own universe, if it doesn't exist to us, then it doesn't exist. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist in the wider context. But until it became a concept in your mind, then that's when it exists to you. Understand? And so we have found ourselves, particularly with those religious degrees, we never really analyze or ask questions, because certainly in a translation, or they say they are the oldest of books, they don't have the originals, you're in the mind of the very author who wrote the book or translated, or authors who wrote or translated the book. You're in their mind, not necessarily in the reality of what is actually taking place, unless we use what is being given in our culture, which Caesar talked about earlier, in terms of a question of being in tune. Yeah, being in tune with the, existence, with Wu-Sabat, which is a frequency. Remember to turn information into outformation. Yeah, we are that information, or we are subject to that information or our certain form, when, as I say, we are much greater than that. Yeah, or this is what we're being taught, obviously, is for us to put into practice to develop those skills and attributes to prove it to be the case and true. So their God or Allah or Yahweh is describing what? An extraterrestrial being. Why extraterrestrial? Because extra to terra, astral, from the skies. You understand? Their God is in a place called heaven. Their God is not heaven. So at a certain point, that location was created. It was grown. Yeah. So where was their God before that place existed? Where did they exist? Yeah, because it doesn't. People talk about creator, but in order to create, you have to exist first. So existence is greater than creation, because things grow within existence. Things are created within existence, untalked about. And so this is why it causes a problem when, as I say, in terms of the scientific aspect of things being mixed with the what may be described as the metaphysical, their interpretation of things it causes a problem. And the reason why they don't have the answers is because they stole those original first 2 degrees. So had they just allowed themselves to be taught, not that our ancestors they wouldn't have given them 9 degrees, but taught them to a level where they would have at least some understanding, you understand? Not necessarily an overstanding, but certainly an understanding. But because they stole much of the things that they acquired, they don't have the true meanings. And so because they're controlling most of the information sources, if not all, most information on the planet today, the world is sitting in a level of ignorance until the incarnated masters now come in the form of, let's say, Dr. Malachi Z, Paa B'ah Yaanuwn or Yaanuwn, now starting to set the record straight and lead the way. Understood? The problem is the Nagaru mind is advancing and regressing at the same time. You understand? So in one sense, groups are advancing because they're learning this new information. The the hold of certain those religious books are formed by the wayside, but we're using our powers, for nonsense. We talked about earlier in emotional energy about that it says the Nagaru is analogous to the way, or it says the Nawapian or the Musbatu, the Sabian is analogous to the way air carries sound. So our ability to send energy or around or to transmit it to each other is significant. But it tends to happen in the negative more than it does the positive. With rumor, lies, adverse, gossip, the lower energy powers, never the positive, understood, powers. When somebody dies, in grief, we come together. What about some of the positive stuff? What about making things happen? What about creating? Why are we not using our powers for growth? And everyone has to take responsibility to control their behavior and emotions to make that happen. People are not fighting for unity anymore. They're not taking responsibility, their individual responsibility for collective unity, knowing that that's where our power is. So that's why we're weak. And this information is supposed to what? It's supposed to bring us together. Because we can come together on facts. Belief is going to spread us apart. If we're truly about facts. But even with facts being presented, that's not enough. The person has to make a commitment, as I say, to work for unity, because we don't like everybody. You understand? That's the reality of the situation. We don't get along with everybody. It doesn't mean it. We have to fight and argue. And the one thing, this is why they said the spell is in three aspects, isn't it? The spell of a man in ancient Egypt was, the spell of amnesia. The spell of Kingu is when we start to look outside of ourselves to God, worshipping, you understand, other than self, external to us. We made God external to us, outside of self. That was another aspect of the spell. The last aspect of the spell, which is the spell of Leviathan, as they call it in the Bible, is the spell of money. And the reason why people come together and work with people that they don't like is because of that paper. And our people trying to get ourselves out of this situation have to be able to take all these combinations of adverse forces and genes that we're holding, etc., which are going against, you understand, the very pure, original seed from the Natharu and mind, and try and get ourselves to work together. Oftentimes there's no money involved, and people don't want to come together to build. And it's a problem. So one has to commit. You understand, whether you call it race loyalty, whatever the case may be, people have to sacrifice, as I say, individually for the collective. That's why we always say this from the Nine Ball. This was taught to us in 1963. That Nine Ball is a book of liberation. It's obviously been reinstilled, reintroduced in many books that have come afterwards from the master teacher, but it tells you, say, what is best for the individual is not always best for the race, and what is best for the race is always best for the individual. Always. So we have to sometimes make decisions that are for the race. What's best for the race? Subjugate some of our individual needs. It's called sacrifice. They're not in the sacrifice way that we're going to be talking about in the book called The Harvest. But sometimes the sacrifice you have to make for your children. That type of sacrifice. A different type of love. That you have to sacrifice. You have to forego some of your personal life things that you wanted to do, party, go here, go there, because you got people to look after. Which is what predominantly life is about, isn't it? Producing progeny, the next part on or forward, which is what we've been pretty much talking about in very fancy terms. So here we see extraterrestrial, that is all. 380, Musbatu Sabians. When science examines the smallest particles to the expanding Kalei Makwan omniverse, to this Wahoo Makwan universe, they only find predictable natural rules called by some laws in action. So we're seeing intelligence here. So 381. So in fact, what they find is intelligent design. 382. Just consider the human eye. Could such a complexity evolve without a designer or designers? 383. Now, scientists are able to examine structures small and large, near and distant from quarks and DNA to quasars and whole galaxies. 384. What do they see? With those Ayanatwi eyes, they see a demonstration of perfection and design that is good. Fatir al-Fatah, natural nature. Yet they also see imperfection and misdesign. That is bad. Tem, Fatir al-Fatah, unnatural nature. Kayoe, created and made by those made by unnatural measures. 385. Grafting, tampering with natural nature, tampering with genomes, I should say, not gnomes, genomes and sayakat cells, tissues is not so good idea. It's a complex thing. 386, so let's look at this amazing set of facts. Sayakat cells are complex information from outformation. In a certain formation, yes? From outformation, outside. Cells are downloading information, in this case, in terms of this planet, from a morphogenetic field. It surrounds the planet, holds shape information. We are feeding information in, as well as downloading information into our being. Processing machines comprising of nines of thousands of proteins arranged in uniquely intricate algorithms of communication. Any synthesis, the human body contains 90 trillion sayakat cells, if not defected or deformed. 387. And each of the 90 trillion stores outformation that becomes information in DNA codes, processes and replicates it in 3 forms of RNA and thousands of supporting enzymes, exquisitely supplies the system with nashat energy and seals it in semi-permeable phospholipid membrane. Understood? So sitting behind this, as I say, all of these different elements and complex is this as I say, communication or transition of energy, and which is to say, ether, as we know in as we're taught in the sand, is sensitive to its environment, and as I say, will alter in those environments. So ether outside of the human body, for example, works one way. Inside of the human body, it has different variations, which we covered in the previous part, showing you the different types of ether in the same, obviously all originating out of the same source. So this is showing us that, as I say, the intelligence of what is being comprised in these various different natural systems shows thought behind it. You understand? Not click your fingers and things magically come into existence, but actually time, effort, growth, perfecting. You understand? So perfecting, not things, because the word perfection has an ION at the end of it. So it means, so I'm not so much try and error, but obviously trying things, okay, boom, learn, tweak, try, learn, tweak, until we get to continually better versions of ourselves. But that can go the other way. Some taking shortcuts, understood, or breaking some of the rules within the natural system can lead to unnatural design, as we see the result of many diseases clearly on this planet today as a result. Now, it says, not by some spirit. So you can look up lipid bilevs. I think we did cover that in one of the classes here. So this is this kind of layer where we were talking about, remember, things are not solid. So is what you see is that this kind of layer of particles gathered together, and obviously they open and close to allow energy in or out, food sources, sustenance in, waste products out, so on and so forth. So, but this is saying that is able to contain this energy. 388. So this is not by some spirit, Dadud, saying, be and it is, or let there be, or in the beginning was one word, just as to take a handful of dust and create the complex human body is only his story, his Amos, religious legends, fictions, and Kathabat lies. 389. The original beings, Natharu and Natharatat, overseers who grew the 9 dwellers, were originated at different intervals of Waqut, time. Once time was born at that very moment. Yeah, so just showing again growth, not snap the fingers. So we came in over a set period, which is shown actually in our symbolism when we're dealing with the who the Greeks refer to as the Enneads and the Ogdoads. We'll talk a bit about that in a bit. So 390. Yet since original deities Natharu, overseers, became Kashar, flesh and spirit, or Kashar, flesh from spirit, once grown, never cease to exist, only change in form or by formulas, long as the Wahu Makwan universe lasts. The metamorphose change or transmute composition and form and become human beings. 391. Human is flesh, Makwan being is spirit, and animal likewise at different intervals of Waqut, time, through the egg and sperm process, regaining their original shape and form and composition with each birth. That is not by random. This is something we touched upon earlier, isn't it? Yes, that same energy coming through. Remember, they say your children are you. Do you like what you see? So the fact of the matter is, you donate a part of yourself, isn't it, to formulate the next set of life, because your physical body, the fact you've been born, means you are destined to die. So in order to progress forward in one way of our existence, or to keep life going, one has to have children and denote their progeny. Understood? And so that energy, as we see, is changing form. We donate a piece of ourselves under that rule of, obviously, a thing, and all things, I suppose, are the same. So a part of you tumbles forward, isn't it? And is that it's the simplest aspect of its life. Understood? I say, interesting enough, regaining their original shape and form by composition with each birth. So, yes. So it's almost like we're managing that relationship or that energy tumbling forward, being expressed in these various different ways, which we are linked to the very source or origin of all of that. Now, I'm going to move on from here. I think we're going to be on here a bit too long, so I'm going to get to the last part. So I'm going to move on from here. If you're interested, jump into that book. We spent a nice bit of time. In fact, hold on. Let's see how much we've got left. It's just a one page. All right, let's just finish this one page. 392. Exceptions now take place, deformed, conjoined Mukwanu beings, and change of form by tampering with Fatir al-Fatah, natural nature's divine rules. 393. Yet you, Nagarnadu Negroids, have sun genes, like the suns, correlation again, and all other scientifically living Mukwanu beings, and the beginning of evolution and Mawat death. The Kashar, Wudamam, flesh and blood deities die. Ethereal scientific Mawat death, so become subject to suffering as Fatir al-Fatah, natural nature, is tempered with. They die physical mawat, death in all forms. Tawa, yes, including physical death. So even our ancestors, understand, whilst their existence may be longer, much longer than most life forms that we would even conceive of or be aware of, the fact in those rules that something is alive, obviously it must eventually die, and obviously in our case death is transformation, not end of not end of existence. So 394, all original deities of Kashar, Wu, Daman, flesh and blood, were Khamem, black in color, and grew genuinely kinky hair on their heads. 395, by Fatir al-Fatah, natural nature. This is another point, I suppose, in 394, is because when they show you a lot of the hominids, and we touched on this point, I think, in a few classes ago, but when they show you the depiction of these hominids, or the older human beings, yes, which they're finding bones for, the further back they go, the more monkey-like, ape-like, you understand? They make these beings look, correct? And then when they come in and the skin now gets lighter or whiter, yes, now then the being is looking more like the human being that we look today, under their evolutionary story. But the question in all of that mythology that they're giving, which it is scientific. We can look at paleontology, archaeology, and various things where they're finding bones. They're looking for proof and evidence. But their racism kicks in. Because explain where the kingly hair came from. Explain where the curly hair came from. If everybody here is all these, because monkeys don't have curly hair. And curly hair is hair, it's like curly hair, obviously weakened or in death is fur. So fur came from hair. Hair is the original, fur is it in death. Yeah, because when you're talking about fur, you're talking about weakened, you understand? Weak hair, which is what fur is. Genetically weak hair. Everybody's hair, even the mukasu, seeks to curl. Yeah, seeks to grow towards the sun. Yeah, as they say, flocculi, as you see it there, as the sun has flocculi. Now, 395. Fatira Fatah, natural nature, sun became blue by bad hawa, air, here when they descend to earth. Yet originally Khamem, black, for two main reasons. One, so we've seen on the walls, isn't it, that some beings, our ancestors, depict on the walls in green color, topaz, and different colors. Obviously, this was due to the air, obviously, at the time of this planet, which later then obviously became ionized, and obviously us breathing in and oxygen caused our melanin, which was originally green in color, to become rusty or rusted in the sand. This obviously is explaining that nonetheless the original color of us is black, and saying our original color is black from that burning process that takes place, yeah, by way of the sun. Because even the sun, people know that the sun is about the black sun, not the, obviously it being depicted the way it's shown now is because of the various different spheres that are blocking certain particles of energy. So we're left with the result of the particles that we see that are allowed through, to help sustenance and life here on Earth, but that's not its true color. Yeah. So originally Khamem black for two main reasons. One, the sun fertilized their mother's eggs by ethereal lightning ray or beam, has kinky hair called flocculi. Look it up. And two, when mother first orbited from the sun, Rayet and Rayetat, billions of years ago, Rayetat was in flame. and her flames inflamed the planet Earth, which finally cooled off and down enough for other life forms and activities. Yeah, so we know, in too much detail, people interested, go to Holy Tablets chapter 1, that our sun was birthed from our sun 93 million miles away at least, was birthed from a larger sun, referred to as Sal, in the sand, which exploded. And so this is what obviously is being described to some degree here. But remember, the offshoot of how the planets were formed here, which is an offshoot of the sun, which is why we refer to it as a solar system. We refer to it as a solar system because the planets, excuse me, are an offshoot, obviously, from the sun, or at least caught in its gravitational pull. So they are deemed as part of the sun as well. Yes, and obviously it was many over a long period of time, as I say, that this burning ball of gas obviously had to cool down to allow, as I say, life to progress here. Which is, as I say, not all suns are life producing. Do you understand? So obviously when life is found in various different places or spots, it is precious. Yeah? 396, inflamed the planet Earth, which cooled off and down enough for other life forms and activities. 396. However, sun genes of 9 ether in this atmosphere were so dense and potent and strong enough that anyone who could survive in it had to have sun genes inside and strong enough to offset or balance the sun genes outside. So sun genes is a key for us. So sun genes inside the Nathara overseers of Kashar Wu Damam, flesh and blood, yes, these are our ancestors, came in the form of Atum, Shu, Tefnut, Geb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Seth, Nephthys, the Ennead. Yeah, so these 9 individuals or beings were so strong, Sechemul, powerful, from fire called 9 ether and the water contents therein. Nunnutat, ha-ha-hat-tat, kat-kat-tat, amun, amunat, the Ogdoad. Yeah, they birthed the Chamem Kashar, black skin, and also Chamem Wabar, black hair. So the Ogdoad phase represents us at different phases of growth within the waters, yeah? Different genetic shifts while we were in the waters of this planet, yes? And the ability for us to be on land, you see, is in the Ennead phase as well. Obviously, as we see the correlation, again, 9 different aspects of a human being. We talked about the centrioles, look this up, centrioles within the spermatozoa, centrioles, 9 tubes, yeah, which brought energy into one form, referred to as the universe, or brought it into a unimatter, a unimaterial form. So it versed it into one form, versed it in order to, as I say, help to progress life, as in the form of the sea men. But remember, we were in the seas as sea men and sea women, understood as the Ogdoad, which eventually, as we know through tsunamis, got thrown onto land. The women had, sacred feminine, had larger lungs than the males, which make them better placed to breathe the less dense water vapor than we were obviously breathing underwater using gills. And we were able to in swamps to move up into trees until we were able to grow and survive and breathe this lesser type of air. So females first and then the men obviously developed that ability thereafter. Understood? So this is describing how we, as I say, came around, but it's the same process in a way. Suns and the environment around us is also formulated. 398. So sun heat genes naturally and still in the direct descendants of these original overseers, whose posterity, yet descendants, is now called Paa Salau, the Negroid race, also called Paa Salau, the black race. As sun heat genes reach the skin surface of Paa Salau, the Negroid race, or Paa Salau, the black race, they burn oxygen and turn the skin black or blacker than it already is at birth. Understood? So we know through that breathing process, one of the reasons you have your big wide noses, nostrils, and big lips, is to be able to process that air. You understand? So it's the breathing process which is causing us to burn black. Any questions?
No questions, no hands raised. My side.
Yes, I have a question. This question came in after you asked the question, is there a God? Yes, an extraterrestrial. This question is from Adam. It says, in the tablets, it says, Anu the Most High. The Most High of what? And is the Most High, and is he the Most High at this moment?
So when you're reading the Holy Tablets, which was released in 1996 originally, in the first version, and I think there was another version in 98, and then another version after that, I think in the 2000s. So you've had 3 iterations of that book. The Holy Tablets is the bridge between religion and reality. And then when you get to the black, that's why it says, at the end of every verse, I'm paraphrasing, but this is how it was recorded. Do you understand? So if you look at the various different chapters, how they finish, it says this something like this is how it was recorded. You understood? So it's moving you from that religious understanding. But if you look throughout even the book, you see a lot of ancient Egyptian iconography in terms of the pictures, etc. So it's moving you from, as I say, that kind of monotheistic religious thinking, even the way the book is, with the pages, you understand? So it was designed to help us, although it does have prophecies and things of the future laden within it. So not to diminish it, to say its connection to religion, but it's a setting the record straight type of scroll. And then the Black Book, obviously, or Sacred Records of Atum Re, came after, which is dealing with the reality. And if you look through the Sacred Records of Atum Re, it's dealing a lot with what we would say the quantum world in a lot of the chapters there, going heavy into that, because we're now starting to step into this world of darkness. So no, Anu is not the most high of the Nagaru. Anu is the most high of the Sumerians, and obviously of the Anunnaki, that group of extraterrestrials, understood, which is not part of us. We are the children and descendants of the Natharu. Our link to the Anunnaki came in because when Inki came here, called Nudimud, he mixed in with the Sands people in South Africa, understood? So therefore, the intervention or interception of our genes comes by way of that. Their progeny, if you would like, or who they created by way of the Pleiadians, is the Mukasu. So no, he's not our Most High. He is the Most High in the Sumerian doctrine and recorded in their stories as such. Our Most High, if you have to use that term, is would be Re, or the position of Re within our culture, which is Re Re, but properly pronounced Reye, which is dealing with the sun in various different guises or positions in that regard. Or Pa Kafur Re would be the Most High. We say Most High of what? That's a good question. So Most High is dealing with the wisest person in the room. So whoever, or in the environment. So whoever is the wisest person in the room can be considered the Most High. Even in their Bible, if you go to Psalms 82, chapter 1, it tells you about the El who judgeth amongst the Els. You understand? So amongst the Elohim. So he's judging amongst the group. So the single is judging amongst the group. Hence, even in the systems which have been copied in the Western world today, in England, for example, you have a parliament yes, and you have a group of ministers, but the one who makes decisions, or the one who's the head, seemingly supposed to be the wisest or the best politician, always the case, is the prime minister, because at that point of the decision making, that is the one who's head. So it's the same system. Yeah, so the Most High, wisest person in the room, those who the individuals look to. So you've got the Most High, but then you've also got, in correlation to that, you've got the Most Low. You understand? So the opposite of that. People don't tend to obviously ask about that. But obviously, when you're going back to now where we're stepping in and dealing with actual facts and part of within those systems, you have to recognize your own deity ship. You understand? It's not a worship situation. It is a respect and connect situation. Of course, we have higher and older ancestors who, from a technological point of view, are highly or much more advanced than we are, hence are guiding our existence from the point of where they have already been through that transition. We talk about in the case of Paa Pau'ut, from a point where they no longer needed a form of material existence in order to exist. It was too limiting for where they had reached, and therefore at a certain moment transformed from matter into an energy existence. However, left pathway for those who were not ready or who did not want to elevate, understood, left a pathway at least for their children to find their way home for those who are ready to grow and elevate beyond physical existence, understood, into higher forms of existence, as we are both etheric and material beings. So the Most High in ancient Egypt, to qualify the question, is Re. Yeah, Re. Yeah, that was the position. You see that in those times, that would be the Pharaoh of the day. You understand? The Pharaoh of the day, because the word Pharaoh is really a Greek interpretation of Pa Para Raye Achach, yeah, the temple of the sun and the moon. Yeah, so that was the central point that people would look to, both the male and female would obviously look to for guidance, seemingly having the connection with Paa Pau'ut. They all have the connection with Paa Pau'ut, but in nature's system and even in our system today as Sabaeans, we work from the center outwards. Yeah, so if you think about our solar system as it stands today, it works from the center outwards. So everything we did was to be in correlation with nature. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question. Yeah, if not, please ask a follow-up. Any other questions?
Yes, there's another question from Adam. Does the Earth actually revolve around the sun, or is the sun dragging the Earth through space? And what is the true color of the sun, and why does our sun appear to have many colors?
Well, the color of the sun, it burns black, so evidence of blackness is burning. If you refer back to, I think it was one of the earlier parts of this class, we went through the burning stages of the sun, as actually in Holy Tablets chapter 6. Yeah, so we've gone through that. So we seeking earlier through these classes, we took some time, went through the burning stages of the sun. So it burns black. The reason why it has can appear to be different colors is because, remember, you are on a planet which has 7 spheres, as you would have it, or layers which are designed to block out. The last one actually being the magnetosphere, which shields us from the tremendous amount of energy which is being expelled, obviously, from the sun. I think in actuality, we only need 1% of the sun's output in terms of energy to power the various different cybernetic systems here on Earth to control it. Anything more than that basically could render this whole planet a wasteland. So we only need 1%. So basically, when you understand about color are particles of energy moving in darkness at different speeds. So those spheres, remember, if you imagine that the sun is outputting a form of black light, if you want to refer to it as that, because it has all energies contained. So each of those different spheres are blocking different aspects of that energy. So you're left, or what your eyes are looking at, is what is left. You understand? That is not blocked. Hence why the sun appears yellow at certain points, or can appear at different times, depending on how the energy is hitting the planet. Know that the sun is not dragging the planet through the solar system. The planet is rotating around the sun. And there's a class on YouTube that you could seek out if you want to know more information about that. It's called As the World Turns. Very good class or update that goes into that in some detail. As the world turns, or as the earth turns, not as the world turns, as the earth turns. No, the planet is rotating around the sun, understood, caught in its gravitational pull or orbit. Obviously, there's two types of motion. So you've got a circular or elliptical orbit, which is taking place, but then the planet is also spinning on its own axis. The sun doesn't move in, as we would be classifying it, as a direction in that way, but it does turn again on its own axis. So when people say stars don't move, that's not quite true. Is that they do spin on their own axis, so the sun itself is turning its own axis. In actuality, it's the solar system that is in motion around the center of the galaxy, where there is a massive black hole. So that is the motion that you're seeing there, which is similar to what we see, isn't it, in atoms? Yeah, obviously. Excuse me. The electrons and protons moving around a nucleus. So we're seeing even the proton in the middle is moving in a circular fashion. So this is because the characteristics of energy are matter moves in circular orbits or in circles, and energy moves in straight lines. Understood? So yes, it is. Yes, the planet Earth is moving. Any other questions?
No further questions.
Right. Okay. So let's go back over some. We're looking at some of the symbols. We've got half an hour left, so we should be able to get through these. So, the power of Ramaz. This is a. I'm not going to say fire verse. That's but it's a serious verse, because everything your ancestors did, everything Paa Natharu did, is basically it has reasoning behind it. Yeah, every symbol is positioned, the way it's placed, the way it's drawn, what color, everything has meaning. Yes, and so here, because we've been talking about unseen and seen, you see the power, as it's being expressed there, of symbolism. Yeah. Now, we use symbolism to keep knowledge away from the fool, and so why obviously the giving back to us of our language in this day and time is a miracle in itself, understood, and one of the things, as I say, that helps us, or is going to help us, to unify and raise our level of vibration, because we know English is a dead language. So to utilize and activate all parts of our brain, part of the work needed to be put in is to speak back out and think within our language again. So we have to do the work now, so that future generations obviously will be speaking with a Saba'ic accent, thinking in Saba'ic, so on and so forth. Yeah. So where we've been bitten and indulged in the delicacies of the harlot, they say, from a biblical perspective, maybe a little bit tainted. Us putting in the work now and feeding all this knowledge and expertise and putting those brain grooves in the sense, those synapses in, that causing us to now speak this language, it makes it easier now for future generations, by way of our connection to this morphogenetic field and how life is propagated forward. It makes it easier for others now to learn the language. The same way when the master set the record straight by addressing the religion with all these different books. And why are books important? Well, because you're re-adding that which was lost. yeah, and it affects our perception. Yeah, so many people, these books traveling around the world from the 70s, yeah, it's now people don't believe the Jesus story again no more as easily as they used to before. Yeah, they're asking proof. Now, anybody's been around for a long time, man, we was dealing with that in the 80s, in the 70s. Yeah, now people are coming round. Why? Because others of our race, being taught by the incarnated master, mindset started to change, yeah, in accordance with changes in natural nature. So, you here, Adem Mahmat, your ancestors in Wu-Sabat, we used symbolism to explain the example of Alam Sakhamat, hidden powers of visible yet invisible bara space. You understand? So here the higher meaning of symbolism. Yeah, protection, yes, but also reflecting what we've been talking about. Yeah, in terms of the world that we see, the world that we don't see. Yeah, and it's magic, as I say. We keep repeating the same thing. I'm saying again, absolute matter, and absolute space. Yeah, brought into unison with each other causes brain ether energy, or brain ether energies, or brain natural ethers, obviously, to be activated. Those black dots, they're the smallest particles that can be considered to be material or matter within existence. These black dots, you understand? Magical things start to take place and happen as a result of that union. So this is the Safaf script, as we've mentioned before, and we're going to go through a few of these as it pertains to the book. And yeah, we'll ask you a little question at the end to have a think about that. So here we see, bear with me 1 second. Yeah, so here we see a number of different symbols, on the side, and we see the new bowl, understood? The new bowl, and consider the new bowl also known as the womb, and it is where, or what was considered to be where all life, understand, is born from. You understand? So where all life is born from. So the new bowl, new. So new gives an N sound. Yes, correct? A N sound, or new sound, or N sound. We say N in English, but problem is we're trying to get away, we understand it, but remember it causes confusion because when we say N, it's an E sound, it's not an N sound. Do you understand? So in breaking the spell of language, by getting back to the Sabaic tongue, each of the letters has their own unique sound. In English, that is not the case. Yeah, you have dual sounds because the people weren't intelligent enough to create new sounds. So they get double meanings of words and not unique sounds. So F is not F, it's F. F is EF, isn't it? So E sound is not a F sound as in F. So it causes confusion, yeah. H is an A sound. It's not a H sound, you know what I mean? So it causes problems. So in understanding. So new, yeah, new bot, and then we see here the symbol for sort of bread, I suppose. It's a T sound, as in tefef. Yes, it's a loaf or a bread sound, and it gives a T. Yeah, and then we see the symbol for sky here, which is the patat symbol. So we see nut or newts, those brain nuts or newts that we were speaking about earlier, these smaller particles of energy matter or energy material that we see in existence, that things are made from. So yeah, motion and movement. So I think we did cover this the last time. Let's just quickly maybe just summarize it and go over it. So 85, nature of is the rule. The of is the purpose, and the purpose of Fatir al-Akhakh Shatat, natural ether energies are to be the prime mover in nature towards creation or disintegration to be the magnetism or magicism in organization and creation by fatar nature, and be the main organizing and controlling elements in the base or source of creation. And that source is the damagh, brain. So we see here some characteristics as we were talking about earlier. So the conditions that bring about the conditions that bring about or the utilization of brain natural ether energy, and what is pushing this in one context is that basically, or what they call the prime mover. So what is moving things? First of all, there's the rule of is of R, you understand? And so is being is of R is that the rule of be becoming became. So naturally these elements, when moved, are seeking to grow into something. And so there's a direction of travel that is causing that to take place because of the natural rule of things. Do you understand? And so of is part of the rule. Are is to be, and is describing things. Do you understand? A thing or all things. So is of are, you understand? Or are of is the way it's being described. But there's a pulling, or i.e. pushing force. In this case, it's pulling because the natural mover obviously is brain, natural ether, energy, in the sense as its starting point. Its attributes is, or one of its attributes, or one of the resultant parts of it is the brain, in the sense. And so the brain at that point becomes a pulling force because it's drawing down these black dots or seeds or nuts to then be utilized, melted down, and to be utilized obviously within the human brain as synapses, so on and so forth. Now obviously here we see natural, we see ether, achach, and energy in various different forms. Some additionally to those attributes are reasoning, and the bringing together of those two conditions that I've been going on about all class, is done by muachachu, Ifrit beings. It should have an S on the end. Done by Ifrit beings who are able to bring together, obviously, those two states clearly to enable, as I say, this magic things to happen, or this move towards things growing and creating to happen. And that, as I say, bringing together, or primary thing, or unison, you see is existing in those two, I suppose, states within the human brain, and the female and male aspects of it. So we see here some other hieroglyphics as we see there, or safaf, as we see described, I think which we went through in the last class. So this is the nabab, described as empty space, but contained within a context. So this weave basket here means, the word nabab means master, and as I say, here you see it in the symbol actually in Ba'h B'ah Yaanuwn's the actual safuf of his name. So you see this symbol, if you look closely enough, you'll see that symbol by his signature as well. So we see the nabab is the weave basket, and we see here that tatat, let's say tafaf before, tatat is the loaf or the bread symbol. You put the two of them together, you get the khalas, the placenta, and that placenta is shown here in what is being described as spark of life or existence. Let's get there. As this middle portion here, it's a bit fuzzy, but you see that placenta in there showing, so the bringing together of the tatet, the bread, and obviously the that which the bread is contained within to produce that placenta, which obviously allows the mother, isn't it, to pass on sustenance to the child. You understand? Sustenance to the child, and as well as obviously within that transition, she's passing on that ancestral link as well, because by way of those DNA and RNAs, it gives that human being their 29 or whatever plus one personality traits, which they're at the top of the pyramid. So we are made up of 4 generations, and so obviously that transition allows that to take place. Yeah, and so that energy or sustenance is moving in different directions, or outward from the center point into different directions, hence what you see these other symbols here. But its primary thing, that spark, is the circle or the placenta symbol that we see there. So I think we touched upon this already in the class today. So saying, know that invisible or fatirat achach nashat natural ether energies are the Seyem divine creators by way of invisible nakash reasoning, and the visible damach brain is the physical creators by way of natural ether energy, with the purpose and reason for all nature namam growth creations. 94. It's the actual fact that the brain is indeed the generating battery, which is supplied by the flow of brain ethers from circulating blood in the body, and invisible brain ethers are the natural electricity in the brain as synapses sparks and melt down for thought and tamud ishiyat creativity. Yeah, we touched upon this earlier. Reason is the fatirat achach natural ether and the concentrated mind that brain produces in the blood by way of its heart's lungs, and the mind energy reason creates all person, place and things by help of muachachu Ifrit beings. You understand? So this is confirming what we were talking about earlier in terms of the different processes, let's say, that arise from ether in this energy state, and how it transitions, obviously some by way affected by its environment, how this is all coming from mental into mind. It's describing those processes and the various different states or stages where things get manipulated or changed to produce what we're calling growth. You understand? And the driving forces behind that. So it says, who themselves are in various, this is etheric beings it's talking about, in various forms of concentrated mind known as ethereal energy reason, whose offspring of brain natural ether energies on their tazuz al vibrational level in their dimensions. 97. Know that light in other dimensions is not the exact same as light on this one, protected by the gravitation, or this mikwak planet would burn up from sun rays. So as I say, I think in the previous part, showing you the different types of ether, and as I say, we explained this earlier, how it changes. Ether can be affected by its environment, and so you get a different purpose, as we touched upon earlier, of ether outside the body and ether inside the body. It's very sensitive to its environments, and obviously it's something that we have to understand. You think about water, for example, again, is sensitive to its environment. It can be steam at one time, obviously in a colder environment, in a sense like a cold environment, it becomes a liquid, and obviously in a much colder environment still, it becomes ice. So in the sand, but in its higher form, its sort of gaseous state, it's one way. Now these are all the same thing. Understood? In the human body, that water could be described as blood and other things. So it changes, say, depending on its environment. That's what's obviously being expressed here. Now, so we've got other Safof or Safaf. So let's look into some of these. So what do we see? I think we did go through these last time. We see the new bowls here. And we see 3 of them. So again, this correlation is talking about what takes place outside of the planet Earth. And so what do we see here? Because we know that this is the Batat symbol or sky, isn't it? Correct? And then here we see the water, horizontal, we know that's naturally occurring water. So here's space. What are the 3 characteristics of existence? Yeah, they're inseparable, seemingly. Space, matter, and time. Yes? But yet when we bring it down to our level, so we see space, matter, and time, which makes up all of existence, it's inseparable. Yeah, so they are inseparable when we talk about physical existence. But yet, what do we see? When we see it now in the womb of the woman, what do we see? We see 3 stages of darkness. Yes, they call it triple darkness in the womb of the woman, or the 3 trimesters, while the child is grown within the womb of the woman. Understood? So again, as above, so below. Yeah, that's that same transition of energy of life, growth, or existence, which we're seeing, is now you're seeing it in a different formulation, understood, within the actual female itself, understood. Yeah, so showing that the manifestation of that ether is presenting itself in the Nagaru today. You understand? All others are what do you call it? Imitation, of that. But the original people represent those original forces. Yep. 9 ether forces, so on and so forth. And our story is being described here, and we can also correlate towards that story. As we see here, what do we see? So we see here the loaf in the sun there, and we see the bowl, the new bowl, and describing what we were just talking about earlier. Yeah, so you're bringing those combinations together because, as I say, out of the bowl, all life is born. That was the symbolism. Nun, or this is also referred to, remember, as Paa Raham, or the womb. Yeah, Paa Raham, or the womb. Again, as above, so below. So new bowl, yeah, tea, and this is, as I say, the patat, you understand, or the sky there. What else do we see? So we talked about that earlier. Yeah, the triple darkness, the 3 bowls, 3 secret degrees. Why is it secret? Okay, because it's hidden from view, but yeah, things were there. Obviously now modern technology, we can look inside using sound and different technologies to see in the womb. But remember, at one time that was a complete mystery until obviously the woman actually started to show in terms of her shape shifting, so on and so forth. So we see here the symbol for ether as well as hair. Yeah, so ulad, yeah, or we see, ulaf, not ulad, ulaf and walaf, yeah, the symbol here for sort of spiral or coil. So it gives a U sound, or U sound. And why do they say W? Because W, if you think about W, that's also a U sound as opposed to the W sound. Yeah, so walaf or ulaf is a coil, yeah, and the symbol for ether we see there. Here we see the Palel symbol there. We see the loaf symbol, and then a new symbol here, which is a H sound. Let's say H, ha sound, yeah, which is the flax. I think I said this wrong before, but the flax rope, in the sense of flex or flax rope, which is what this symbolizes. It's a ha sound, as in, I think habal is the proper terminology for it. Let me just double check that to make sure 100% correct. It's a ha sound, yeah, habal, yeah, so right there. So the wick or flax, yeah, the rope sailed there. So who was he saying? Yeah, Ptah. Ptah, you see there, yeah, Ptah. Yeah, which English stole that and said Peter. Yeah, the name Peter or Ptah, opener. Here we see this ulaf symbol, but you see it in reverse, yeah, on the actual crown of the pharaohs. We see Deshret, so the combination of lower, isn't it, and upper Egypt, Nechebet, and Wajet, in the sense of the vulture, and Wajet, it's gone for me now. I'm not going to guess that. I think serpent, but it's gone for my rooms for a moment, so I'd have to come back to you on that. So Wajet, yeah, this is the vulture, and here, so the combination of those two, and the two crowns, yeah. So obviously of lower and upper Egypt. See them combined here, yeah, as the double crown. So the coming together of those two aspects of upper and lower Egypt, yeah. Hatat, Ka'a, Ba, and Hatat, Ba'ah. So I think house of the spirit of, Hatat, Ka'a, Ptah, and then you've got Hatat, Ba'ah, Ptah. Yeah, so house of the spirit of Ptah, house of the soul of Ptah. Yeah, again, correlation to the structure of us, yeah, as above, so below there. Yeah, so the bringing together of upper and lower gives the double crown called the Peshent, you understand? But you see the symbol of Ether or the Ulaf, yeah, 9 Ether symbol here showing on the actual crown. So again, that Safaf or symbol is showing there, yeah, for all to see. So, yeah, we talked earlier, I think we touched upon this, I'm going to go in the previous class, I'm going to go back over this, but suffice to say, when we talked about those the 9 concepts, yes, into the 9 dwelling places, understood, yes, and then we talked in reason from history about the 9 the 9 Enneads, yeah, proper name Paa Pau'ut. That correlates now into the human body as the messenger system or the endocrinal glandular system that secretes, yeah, the word secret, yeah, secretes information in the form of hormones, yeah, into the human body. Understood? So you see these 9 points again, or correlation is there again. As I say, you see it in the sperm, the 9 centrioles, which can be seen by way of an electron microscope. Even now they're showing them in very similar when they draw it now. If you look at the Sabaics Rakumat or Rakum or Rakumat number system, yeah, Rakumat numbers, yeah, so, and the number for 9, which is basically a circle with 9 spokes of almost like a wheel. You see that as shown in the centriole of the sperm, but they show them in sets of 9 sets of 3 in that regard. But it's showing you that system is in there, and this is where we use symbolism to describe ancient stories of creation. Understood? So what's happening is the scientific world now is proving many of your ancient stories as us as Kadem Mahmat, yeah, as the ancient Egyptians, true. Yeah, science is confirming the inner world now, or that world of darkness that we don't see. So this correlation of patterning is something that we have to be key and pay attention to. Remember, we are numerologists, we are factologists, and we are ontologists. So we're interested in the root or the origin of things, but also these patterns that have been left as clues to this divine or intelligent design. You understand? Excuse me. So, Mwap and Wapis know this about Fatir al-Akhakh, Nashat, natural ether energies, and how it relates to the Paa Pau'ut, the 9 Enneads of Heliopolis. Yeah, so us when we came out of the waters onto land. Yeah. 112. And how they relate to the physical body in such a way as to attune themselves to your physical organism. 113. Amplify the signals of the endocrine glandular system that regulates all life functions of the organism. 114. Endocrine, from Greek meaning separate, design, designating of any gland producing a hormone. So we have 9 glands, and a lot of esoteric teachings are based on the number 7. And obviously that is because the people have 7, which the symbol for 7 in Sanskrit is 6. Yeah, so the 7 symbol that we use in English is the Sanskrit 6 symbol for 6. Understood? But the reason why I talk about 7 is because the people that are talking that knowledge have 7 glands. You understand? Or endocrine glands, or glands, or what they call energy point chakras. Some make the term of, or Arushat. There is an updated word which I can't remember in Sabat at the moment, but Arushat. But we have 9. So again, you look at that original system, it's showing you where the originals are. The originals of those people are. So we have 2 of the 7 glands which relate back to the physical functions, and we have 2 which relate to higher etheric energy functions within the human body. All of them, remember, are enable you to draw energy in, much like a plug. So remember, the endocrine glands sit within a socket. Yes, and as we explained, I think in the last class, when you think about your big power station, however many miles it is away from your house, they generate energy at a certain frequency, and then they have to, so enough that it can travel long distances without losing its power, but then it has to be stepped down, you understand, progressively, through transformers, so that it can be used or brought down to a level where it can be in your plug at 13 amps. Understood? So in a similar way, the chakras take this energy clearly external to us, because we've got a self-sustaining energy power system. We don't plug ourselves in the same. We do need to take food and other things, whatever. Certain things are powered. Understood? So we take that energy in from the outside, and it's converted or reduced down to a form that the hormones can then use and then secrete, which is where the word secret comes from. Secrete information into the human body by way of those hormones or messengers. So, in order to understand what is behind when Wapians look at how the human organism is construction and growth. So this is what we've been paying attention to today. And yes, we went through this in some detail, to say, 1, being a projection of Nashat energy structures of Nathara overseers as the creators of 9 energy bodies of this one Wahu Makwan universe formed by the flow of Ba'at soul, Nashat spiritual energy, and take part in the formation of growth of the 9 energy bodies of the Nagaru Salau Negroid race. So you should understand at least, what this means now, because we went through that in detail in the history book. And this is some of the things, obviously, to be more familiar with the doctrine, why the natural thing for some people is okay, if I don't understand something in a certain book, let me jump out and go up to Google and look at various other different sources. No, you're supposed to be making your spiritual science, Wu-Sabat, your frame of reference, your center. This is what you're going to base or look outwards to the world and judge everything else by your doctrine. Why? Because that is your race science. That is your race science. That was given to you, tailored and designed for you to plug into natural nature. And so you need to, of course, we're not dealing with a belief system. You've got to put all these things inside you and test them, so it becomes something you're not dealing with a belief system. However, the fact of the matter is, I can't go and understand everything that I'm reading in my doctrine and go and look at it in the Mukasu's book and expect to understand what is being expressed here. I've got to get into the mind of the author. He had the mind of the teacher. Now, if he states he was sent here to teach our race and our people, then once you've got over certain tests, then you might have to think about, well, do I trust that? And then if so, I need to master what's being taught. Hence why we talk about the master teacher and ourselves as student teachers, because we're still students. You understand? So understanding this, we had to go to, you understand, his story book, where there's a whole breakdown. You understand? The title not necessarily say what the book's about. And so our doctrine's been placed in pieces, various different things around. And it could be lectures, could be a book, you know what I mean? Language. It could be in all different ways to piece this thing together. Overstood? Yes, to teach you how to piece things together. And then you see now the purpose of the golden children, or one of the things that we have to do, is our ancestors whose energy has been pieced, is in disparate places at various levels, from 6 ether down to 1 ether, being used by forces not of our own ancestry, or of our own ancestry is always at 7, 8, and 9 ether. So depending on how a person dies, the soul shatters at the point of death, and our energy can find itself in places where it shouldn't be, being used as etheric battery, as an etheric battery for lower life forms. So us having to piece the thing together, back together again, the way it's been given to us, piece this doctrine, piece our story together again. Isn't that what we're being tasked to do as we develop our etheric powers and our full spiritual powers, 360 degrees physical, 360 degrees spiritual? Isn't that what we're being tasked to do, to ensure that all of our energy, understand, all of our mental power, ability, all of our soul, essence of us, is with us, put together? Ray Ha Achet, a computer program designed to channel or ensure that a race's energy is always channeled, as I say, to its own ancestral forces, not being used by other races for their own ends. Overstood? So here we see, finishing off now. So here we see, the Pa or Palel, you understand, as it gives you a P sound. Palel stool. We already talked about the Ta, or the for the bread, and the patat, the symbol there. It can be a Pa sound, and it can be a Ta sound, as the sky here. So there's a secret to the way these symbols are put together, which we're giving you some insight into some of its meaning, as being retaught today by many of the young people, or the Madrasu Tashrak or Madrasu Tashrak here back today. But it's a miracle that we got this far, that this stuff is now being given back to us to read. So the Nu you're familiar with, the or Ulaf was the coil you're familiar with, Palel, now Pa for the symbol, and Ulaf. So Nupu is where you get the combination of sounds there. You can read in this particular instance from right to left, although we know that our symbols can be read right to left to right, up and down, inside in our original language context. So we touched a little bit upon this earlier, which I say is touched upon in the book. Let's read it. It says 158 says your etheric orb of energy of this dimension melts into the other dimension by way of a wormhole. So we touched upon this earlier about transitions, us coming here, and then in terms of our ascension pathway, or one of the ways we leave here is back through that, back through a black hole. So 159 means you exist everywhere as multiverse, in omniverse, as etheric beings. Excuse me. So this is serious, understand, because what's happened is that and it was a good question actually somebody asked earlier about the Most High. So the reason why we spend time, and we don't mean to be disrespectful when we're knocking concepts of monotheism, But obviously that was given to us under a certain type of duress, in the saying, and not proven itself to be true. So when we're, not to say that there's not hierarchy, but in terms of respect and who and what we are, but you are being described as children, understood? And that children is not necessarily the description as we would see it, as sort of male and female coming together to produce a child. It's talking about our link to our, the transitional link to those forces and sources there from the original, which makes us that, understood? And so this is showing obviously how we are omniversal in that way, how we exist each and everywhere, because, as I say, a thing and all things are the same. And as we expressed, yeah, we are a part of all, and as we've expressed in previous classes, you're being able to see, or all is seeing, or being able to see itself through our eyes, through our experiences, because it's all linked back to the very source or the origin of all things within existence. So it says, this is within your potential to activate once you realize your mental powers in true life as Mwapu, Mwapians, or now Musbatu, and reactivate the repetition in memory of your true mind powers. So in order to make things stick, as you know, require in the mind, yes, and obviously these, so you may have great ideas, or, you know what I mean, which are obviously formed by the movement of firing off of various different neurons within the brain. But for you to master certain things, yes, one has to keep going over it and over it again. In the sense, either it becomes a habit when that certain thing is done for over a 30-day continuous period, understand? Or you work continually over certain things, and that is showing you that that process of repetition activates certain powers within the mind, understand? Because when you think about it, if you do it long enough, it becomes part of your being, understand? And it doesn't matter. Think about driving, how much people who can drive, yeah, it doesn't matter how long you've gone away from the thing, or, you know what I mean, come back to it or whatever. You can even apply it in different circumstances. As we were talking about earlier, how ether is sensitive to certain environments. You can take that power and drive any car if the car works in a similar type of fashion or way in any country. Doesn't matter the environment, you know, the rules. So there's something in that process which is being described here, which we have to realize. So mastery of certain things is really important, and even any of those who are in the kind of OES or the White House or the Blue House in terms of the Brotherhood, one aspect of seeking entrance into that is a good memory. It's that. Now, obviously, their European stuff comes from Celtic and more Druidic teachings, which some aspect of that, in order to become a Druid, you have to master a lot of retained information, do you understand? I.e., verses of poetry, so on and so forth. So I think the first stage is Bard, stage number 1. Bard Brant is stage number 2, towards the third stage, which is Druid. So you see that kind of being able to repeat rituals and so on and so forth within the Euro-Masonic degree of things. But we have our stuff, and we understand now that this rule is telling you that repetition, in a sense, is part of that process of reactivating one's memory. In a sense, so studying this doctrine, learning things off by heart, yeah? As they say, off by heart, listen to the term, off by heart, but connected, yes, to the memory, is important. Now, it says, 161, you are the source of this universe ether and its sakhamat powers in your brain to melt down to your heart and lungs, located to the centers of universal orbs called true stars and suns, And this is why it is the Akal mind, the man blood, and may a fluid breath of Waju and existence. You understand? So not only are we a universe, but we are the connection that is drawing down. Yes, in this physical, we are the one that is drawing down those black, those black dots into universe to keep this whole, which is then responsible for what we're seeing here right now. Either us as ancestors or us now having that power as their descendants or children. It's something we have to hone in, focus in on some of these things here for greater understanding, because we, as the masters teach obviously explain, we're spiritually weak. And so therefore, the application of, well, the first stage is knowledge, but then the application of this, we must put this into practice to see, to watch it and see how it manifests, understand, in that regard. So 162, so Musbatu, until we become one mind, we give power to adverse forces or unnatural Satu Achak, 6 ether energies to control us and our hayat lives. So you understand that the closing of the loop on this, the closing of the loop on this, how, as I say, we become weak when we're in need. Yeah, so you fight as an individual, when we find ourselves in need, that is where we become subjugated, or can be subjugated to forces outside of our own. Whereas when we live for and by one another and must work towards that again, we're not in need. Because if I needed money for something and I can go to my brother who runs our bank, yes, then I ain't got to go outside to be subject to somebody else who's got a different, who's not interested in the, who does that, has no race loyalty, or is not interested in the growth of our race, to empower all of us, or has that kind of mindset. Even some people who look like us don't have that mindset. So, it's mind and what the person looks like in that regard. So our unity stops us from being subject to outside forces by not being in need. As soon as we're in need, we become less than God. Or I'm using that term loosely, for understanding. We become less than God. God can't be God and still be in need. And once you become open, we become unwanted. It means any source can provide whatever it is that's what's needed, even if it's adverse to our own agenda but benefits them. So that's what we have to work towards. Obviously, as I say, self-sufficient, isn't it? Being self-sufficient. Sufficiency. Where's that sufficiency coming from? You're sustaining self. The sun is self-sustaining. That which it produces, it generates itself. A true sun. So, and we see here in the hieroglyphs here, or the Safaf script, exactly what happens when 6 ether comes into play, isn't it? Because we need that flow, as we talked about, of ether, or our connection of outformation coming to us in the form of information. That is a connection wholly and solely, which is part of who we are. You understand? And the forces of Zupu, which we see here, and we've shown this before with the N, which is really the N on its side, but it introduces a new lock system or bolt, called the Zabas, you understand? As the bolt, and Zalaj, I think, is the lock. It could be the other way around. Let me just check that. So you see them, the two, there as a locking system to stop those energies from reaching us. The sister talked earlier about, is she in tune? Great question, you understand? Obviously, what is blocking that energy's always been there, you understand? So the blocking of it is clearly we weren't aware. This is the situation. We was not aware of the forces that are working against you. Understand? And that, so remember, one of the descriptions of the spell in the right knowledges was spiritual ignorance and racial blindness. And so not knowing, a lack of understanding of the universe and not knowing who the evil one is in many different forms they come in. So if you don't understand that those forces of Zupu are around and exist and are blocking you from receiving the full sustenance, this is what can occur. So you're understanding what Zupu is. The force, a hindering force, hindering or blocking force, stopping you obviously from getting the right or the holistic full information that you need or require, which is different to, understood, how information is being protected by way of certain secrets that were kept to keep knowledge away from the full. So it doesn't mean that just because something is unknown, it must be shared to you. Yes, it will be shared, but you must prove yourself worthy to receive it. Because the polluted or uninitiated sometimes or lower mind can use that information adversely. Yes. So here we see that this Abbas overstood, lock, trapped, you understand, is in the symbol for the mummy. Yeah, this is the Zabas, you understand, we've got the Habal symbol there, and the forearm with the hand is known as Thanad. Yeah, Thanad, yeah, the forearm there. Yeah, so see the Zaha symbol for money there. Yeah, so we get our Z sound there, a Z sound there, Ha sound there, and then we get this Thanad symbol, which also is like a ZH. Thanad symbol here. So Zaha, mummy. But interesting enough, we see the same symbol there, that lock symbol, in the word for man and woman. Yeah, Zazaz, yes, and Zazatat. Yeah, the symbol for man and woman. Understood? So, is that letting us know that the very secrets of the universe that we're seeking to unlock, that one of the barriers to us achieving that higher life, higher living, those higher powers or whatever, is in fact the physical skin suit, the desires of the flesh. How obviously desires lead to suffering, and how I'm not saying don't be happy, don't enjoy, but why does our joy lead to self-destructive behaviors, overindulgent behaviors? Yeah, obviously pleasure was part of our culture, so let's not think that it wasn't. But when we talk of pleasure in this society, oftentimes it's aligned with things that are self-destructive, and that's supposed to make us happy. Go against the rules. You understand? Go against the rules. That's what's supposed to make us happy. That's what we're encouraged to do on our birthdays, on our, you understand, various different celebrations. Drink till you're sick. Yeah, and before there was a differentiation that we wasn't on the streets of various different cities around the country, spilling our guts on the sidewalk because we drank too much. Yeah, that seemed to be more of a kakasnadu type of behavior. You cannot say that today. Yeah, cannot say that today. We've changed, we've altered. And primarily the promoters of that has come by way of these hip-hop brand deals that have promoted drinking amongst young people, made it cool. Sometimes the drink don't even taste like drink. Yeah, it doesn't, see, interesting enough, it closes us from 90 for forces, but remember that lock is stopping forces from above, Outformation, from receiving us in the form of information. What it doesn't stop is stuff below 90 getting to you. Yeah? So that lock in one way is a good thing because it stops this planet and those in housing it with those 6 evil forces from polluting the rest of the existence, hence why the planet is under quarantine. But it also means we're also subject to those lower forces unless we, as I say, raise our vibration. The 6 cannot escape the 9. Yeah, so you understand that, yes, it can be turned. Understood? Yeah, it's just a matter of what you're exposing yourself to, what we're subjecting ourselves to. When we start to understand, yes, there is an adverse force within you and external to you that you have to be cognizant of and mindful of and work towards defeating. Because once we get to the point of 7, 8 and 9 ether, which at the moment no machine can measure those finite forms of energy, yeah, there is no evil as you would classify it as. Yeah, on the Hess, there's no evil. You understand? There's no adverse force in that regard, hence why it's a higher state of living, which we have to be cleaned or cleansed or clean ourselves inside out, outside in order to achieve that higher state of living. Understand? Otherwise you become a conduit to bring those adverse forces into that environment. Understood? Yeah, hence why you have stages where you learn, where you're part of orders, where you learn to keep secrets. Understand? Learn responsibility, learn how to work in unity with other people. So, because principles, these rules in nature, they don't change. And they don't change based on human emotion. They are what they are. So imagine at a higher level, because the way we think and we change and alter principles and change things because of who the person is. You understand? So you may be anti-drug selling, just give me an example. Yeah, but you may be anti-drug selling. If your brother or your friend that you grew up with or your best friend starts to do it now, then we start to alter and look for reasons of justification of certain things. That's just human nature. Understood? But at certain higher forms of living and life, yeah, those rules don't change. The rules of nature don't change. They don't change. Oh, there's a baby sick, there's this, that, whatever. They are what they are because there's a bigger picture in how and what must preserve all life within existence. What is best for all, what is best for the whole, not best for the individual person. So all the things that you're learning are stepping stages, or we're learning are stepping stages. And you see how nature works. Think past. How is this system working? Who put it in place? How did they come up with that and conceive that? This you can know because you're a part of it. Yeah, and should be pushing your subconscious mind to be asking these types of questions. And as it's saying here, we understand that 6 evil uses spirit forces to feed him by a lack of cooperation with each other as other races do. We hate one another, as it was said, Zazatatu, women, the woman you gave me. Yeah, that's a biblical reference from the Garden of Eden, which is what the man said when God put him on the spot. He said, well, you gave me the woman. You understand? You gave her to me, so it's your fault. You understand? Not taking responsibility. But obviously now there's this kind of emerging uneasy culture amongst black men and black women, which is being fostered. You see a lot of it on YouTube or whatever, where we're just pointing the finger at each other, going at it. You know what I'm saying? And the only thing about it really is that the media, the thing is, stars in the media, or famous people, so to speak, are not a catalyst for what should happen in real life. You understand? And we have to stop being influenced by fake stars and align ourselves with the real stars again. You understand? But we have to work hard to avoid that type of scenario of them pitting us against each other as women and men, men and women, so on and so forth. Yeah, we've both been done wrong. We've both been poisoned. Understood? Yes, of course, there are matriarchal issues which nature is fixing. Understood? Which nature is fixing, and we have to align ourselves towards, but it won't reach its apex for another 6,000 years. So for us now, we need to start to consciously make the effort to come together. Women have to step up into leadership roles and be much more active. Men, because of our more, maybe in some instances, our more dominant personalities, have to be able to allow leadership to flourish in different ways. But at the same time, women have to step up into that role as you're being taught about, and step up and do things, and come out your comfort zone, and so on and so forth. As I've said many times in this class, which is taught by the actual facts number 19, who is God, female or male. And so the women need to start teaching this, and not just teach women issues. That's another thing as well, because women get to certain things, just want to teach women issues. No, teach the science of the universe as it's being given to you by the incarnated master, representation of Paa Natharu. You need to start teaching this, because the only person who can prove the existence of another human being on this planet is a female who has carried a child. There's a lot of power in that. There's a lot of non-belief in that. When you start piecing together this doctrine. Understood? Why was there whole books dedicated? Lotus of Life, dedicated to the sacred, a whole doctrine based on the sacred feminine, uncovering some of these mysteries. It's for you to step up. You know what I'm saying? Step up and start teaching. I mean, when we see in nature, women are the teachers, aren't they? And in our culture, it's supposed to be women who basically run a lot of the spiritual ceremonies. For that reason, everything we did in our culture or do in our culture is based on nature's system. Understood? Yeah. And so that's where obviously we find the correlating answers that we see. So final slide, and not to take any questions. And so it says the rule of is. Yeah. The nature of is, we know is a thing, all things, nature of is, and the purpose of is, and the purpose of natural ether is the spark of all natural life and mind energy. Yeah, the source. 348, you are the reason all exist. 349, you are the purpose. Yeah, so purpose all exist. You are the original being. You are the supreme being. So who is there to worship? We are all of those things. So we got to get to that place and space where we prove that and are able then to, as I say, use that energy to transform the fortunes of our race and the very planet itself that we reside within. Any questions?
Yes, there's a question from Adam. The question is all conscious, or do we make all conscious through our experience?
By reasoning, yes, of course, all is conscious. We don't make all conscious by our experience. All can't be defined. All is. But is in us understanding of it is things or a things. But because we are on the inside out, and there's no outside of all, so we're on the inside, we're a part of it. But just like human beings, have the ability, human beings have the ability to study the inner aspect of itself. So we've been formulated or grown in a way where human beings can study the brain, even though they have a brain, but they can study themselves. Understood? And one of the things that the master said, the master's explained this in a way to say that our chromosomes, is man studying chromosomes, or is chromosomes as chromosomes created man to be able to study itself, to perfect a better chromosome. So there are things within existence, I suppose, because we're looking at it from a size point of view, that obviously are older and more powerful than what we are, and have the ability, I say, to be introspective, to learn about oneself. Now, all in its own right, of course, it's conscious, because this is all of what we're seeing here is a result of mind, mental thinking, and thought, obviously being expressed in various different ways, understood. But as I say, in order to study itself, because you have what we refer to as the outpouring of all. So what's happening is that within the universe, dual, tri, multiverses, things are expanding, understood? Things are expanding, and it will reach a point, excuse me, where it will all basically implode back in on itself and explode back outwards again, understood? Now, for what reason all is conscious and for what reason or purpose, obviously to some degree is beyond our understanding, other than the rules of nature that we see in existence are. So primarily, what is the purpose of things? Well, the purpose is to be, to exist, yeah, and to grow, in terms of that be becoming became. Yes, but yes, you as a part of all, yeah, because we are part of all, and in that case are the all within all, through our eyes, and that link, as we keep talking about, back to that original source. Yes, we make all that greater. So all is able to perceive itself through our eyes. Understand? As I say, we are a part, but a part is also all. Understood by the rule of things, in a sense that a part and a part is a whole. This is why we explained earlier, in your cells, remember, it's recording the whole aspect of who you are, isn't it? So that is a part of you, but it's also all of you in one sense, because you can be cloned from one cell, yeah, and that's the way that design is. But that doesn't exist in all people in that same way. All people or all people on this planet do not have an origin, excuse me, an existence that dates back to the original or origin. Understood? You or us or we, male, female, have characteristics that you see replicated in existence. Understood? And that's showing us that connection. Yes, there's a good question. More for that to contemplate on all, you need to seek out a book called The Sacred Wisdom of Tahuti or Tahuti. Understand? And that goes into that in terms of the contemplation. Because Tahuti, which is who the Egyptians, who we refer to now, the proper name, Amenhotep Re'ahakta, who the Egyptians refer to as Tahuti, understand? He wrote down and contemplated, excuse me, let's get those words out, contemplated, understand, that notion of Paa Pau'ut, understood? Yeah, the notion of Paa Pau'ut, and obviously started to document and write down, and part of that is observation in nature, in a sense. So you should always be looking at observation, patterns, correlation, understood? And as I say, as the master expressed, know thyself. So that means studying the structure of the human body, which is more into it than what appears in terms of design. In that book, in fact, it talks about the solar plexus housing other solar systems of other life forms. You understand? This is how detailed it is, that our own solar plexus is housing, as I say, housing multiple forms of life. I'm talking about germs, I'm talking about societies, so on and so forth, within our own solar plex, which is a galaxy in its own right. Any other questions?
No further questions.
Okay, none. Okay, so, well, thanks for staying on. I think we went on a bit longer than usual. This is the last class for the year. We're back again. I sound like a very famous Arsenal fan here. Yeah, we're back on the 17th of January. Again, to offer about a month. So back on the 17th of January. The class there is called the Harvest. So if you do have any questions, maybe a question for you. So you can take a picture of this for the last one. Based on these classes, can you break down what this symbol is? You understand? So maybe we'll answers ready for the next class. Yeah, so maybe we'll attack that as the first instance. So what does this symbol mean, or what does this series of symbols mean? Yeah, so we've explained to you what this is. Explained to you what this is on a previous class. You should know what this is. This we explained in a previous class. We have explained this on previous classes and what this symbol is. So what is this describing? Yeah. Which you see in several books. So what is it describing behind this symbol? So I want to take a picture if you haven't got it, and we'll answer that. Well, let's see some of your answers for the next class and see what we can work out between us, as students of the master teacher. So next class, 17th of January. In the meantime, you can check out various classes we've got on YouTube. Check out any other classes, Sabian classes around the world still going on. If you've got any questions, by all means, if you registered on Zoom or whatever, you watch this on Facebook and you've got questions, in the meantime, don't have to wait to the next class. You can post them in written form, either send us an email, post them in the chat, or drop them on the YouTube channel by way of comments, and we'll pick those up as a matter of course for your convenience. But yeah, very interesting class, the Harvest. So going into some of the food for the God stuff, which ties into a lot of the stuff that's taking place now. So not to be missed. Appreciate everybody who's supported and asking questions and studying and watching the classes this year. So we want to take it up another level in 2021. That should be 2021, not 2020. We don't want to relive that, I think, again. But yeah, so 2021, the Harvest, Sunday the 17th of January. So one class in January, and then we're back to normal 2 classes from February onwards. But say if you have any questions, please feel free to use those means: email, Facebook, YouTube, etc., to pose those to us, and then we'll do our best to answer those for you. Okay, there's nothing else. Wishing have a good end to your year, as positive as it can be. And yeah, obviously to know time, keep your eye on the skies. Let's think about a positive incoming for 2021. It's not necessarily the start of our new year, but it was a time in December where the Nile flooded to re-infuse the soil to enable crops to grow as the planet came in alignment with the Orion star constellation. So it is a form of renewal for us still, even though we don't necessarily follow the Gregorian calendar, but it is a renewal for us still. So take the opportunity for what it is and bring in a positive new year. So all the best to you and your family. Stay safe, and we'll see you on the 17th of January 2020. Wadu.